Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome back to another game dev stream. Watch this video real quick. Bevy just dropped an update. Always interested in ECS based things. Wish I had a job working Unreal, and then like my off time I would be messing with stuff like this. But you know, we ain't making no money from this shit over here, so we got to grind. You dig? Let me finish this video and then get started with today's work. I'm gonna go mute for a little bit.
18. We'll go through the TLDR version of the release notes, and there's a couple other things to point out in addition to these notes. So we have atmospheric occlusion and PBR shading. So this is the atmosphere demo we saw earlier on. So the way that lights reach objects in the scenes has been updated and changed. And again, you have control over how atmospheric scattering works. So you can customize it. So if you want to have desert skies, foggy coastlines, Earth-like planets, non-Earth-like planets, I guess that is. So if you want to change that way that atmospheric scattering works, you can now do so. And then Solari, again, the real-time ray tracer, is getting a number of new improvements. We kind of went through all of those in the demo. PBR shading had a number of fixes as well. We'll see an example of that, kind of a before and after. You can see how profound the changes actually are there. A number of improvements in the world of font. What we're talking about here, well, we're talking about font weights, variable font weights, text strike-throughs, underlines, as well as open type font features being supported. We have automatic directional navigation. That has nothing to do with navigation in your world. That is all about navigating your UI. So let's say you had on-screen UI, you want to control it with a keyboard or a gamepad. You can now do that. Have the same set of logic to control the process of arrowing between or gamepad, number padding or D-padding through your UI layer. That is supported automatically. Another area that got updated here is full screen materials. This is a number of post-processing effects can be easily handled with a full screen shader. Chromatic aberration is the example they give down below as an example of the kind of things that you can do with full screen materials. So the high-level material type makes it easy to do those post-processing effects. And then a neat new one here is this new cargo feature collection. So what they are is basically right now with Bevy, you either use all of Bevy or none of Bevy and then add in the pieces that you want. So if you're working on a 2D title, you could, if you're using all of it, be pulling in a bunch of 3D stuff you don't need. Ditto if you're working just on an app or like a UI only app or on 3D, you may not need all the 2D stuff. Well, now they've built in these cargo sets. So they bring in just the bits that you need as part of the build process. So you pass in, you say features, I want the 2D features, and it'll only bring in the 2D stuff. Should speed up your build times as a result, and definitely speed up your configuration time because you're not going to have to mix and match and figure out what parts of Bevy you're actually going to need as part of your build system. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, it now has the built-in basic fly camera and pan cameras. Again, they do not collide with the atmosphere, but they are super easy to add. So the new atmosphere occlusion PBR shading, we saw that in action right there. And then you've got the ability to customize atmospheric scattering, and you can see an example of that process right here. Again, a number of improvements to the real-time ray tracer. We went over what all of those were when we were looking at it in action earlier on. And then PBR shading, like I said, some pretty profound changes to the way that this renders. Some of the problems were fixed here, and you can see it in action right here. Now, where I want you to focus on is a couple of areas. Look here, right there, at the bottom of this awning. Same here, the bottom right there. Look at this light right here in the world, and look at this lens right here, okay? So those are going to be the most obvious areas. So this is the before, and this is the after. So you can see a pretty profound effect. Look again at this lens right here. It's rendering more properly. Again, here, the bottom of these things, the bleed is being fixed there. So, and then again, you can sort of see it through this window right here. So you should just get better, more accurate results from the rendering. So some details of the actual issues that they fixed are right here, but those fixes are definitely nice. Again, new full screen material support there gives you the ability to create a number of full screen effects fairly easily. Again, example of chromatic aberration being shown right here. And then we've got a number of new widgets, pop over component, and then we've got also pop-up menu and improvements to radio button and radio group. We also have a new color plane widget for the UI there, so you need to do a color selection type thing. Again, the two new camera controllers have been added in. The one we saw in action was a free camera, but there is also a pan camera as well. Makes it super easy just to get these things up and going in your game. Automatic directional navigation, as I mentioned, for moving between UI elements. You can see an example of how you go ahead and set that process up here and configure it and so on. But should make a UI that can be navigated using keyboard or mouse or joystick kind of more easy to handle. And then, like I mentioned earlier on, the new cargo feature set. So you can see an example here of if you just need UI only, you say feature equal UI, or if you need 2D only, you'd say features equals 2D. And then you can see the example 2D is just pulling in those particular pieces that are needed. Just kind of should make setting things up easier and your build process a little bit faster. We got, again, improvements to fonts. So you now have strike-throughs and underlines available there. Also font weights, as you can see right there. And some of the features of open type fonts have been exposed as well. Head on back down here some more. We got some improvements to the way that things work in terms of the programming system. So you can now get mutable access to multiple arbitrary components. You can see an example of that right down here. So we've got mutable get components mutable and get components mute and from entity mute and then entity world mute. So you can see a process of actually getting those values, more straightforward process. GLTF extensions, this is actually kind of nice in that GLTF has got a number of extensions available for it. Previously, the way that GLTF extensions were handled is they were basically handled built in. So the code to handle extensions such as KHR lights punctual was hard-coded into the GLTF loader. Now you can implement it via extensions handler. So if you need to extend it yourself, you can do so. So you can kind of keep up with or use the features of GLTF that you want to make available. And then a number of other features here as well. We got new screenshot and video recording here. The way that systems can be removed from scheduling has been changed, and so on. So some really nice features in this particular release of Bevy 0.18. Now, interesting enough, unlike Bevy 0.17, this released no mention at all of updates towards the editor. So I'll be wondering what's going on in that world. By the way, Bevy is an entirely open source project. It's available up on GitHub under common open source licensing. Again, almost entirely written in the Rust language. It is an interesting project. Like I said, this is probably the most preeminent Rust game development framework. The other one that comes to mind is Firefox. Firefox takes a slightly different approach. It's got a 3D editor today. So I think it follows a bit more of a traditional Unity-like approach to game development in the land of Rust. But those are two of the biggest projects. So you got Bevy and you got Firefox. So we're talking specifically today about Bevy because Bevy 0.18 was just released. Again, if you want to check it out, bevy.org. Let me know what you think of this release in general and game development in Rust overall. And I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye.
All right, today we are back at it. I am actually kind of tired today. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday was a longer day. You know, pretty much an 8 hour, like straight 8 hours, no break. I didn't even play COD yesterday. Today's main focus is one, I have to patch something I did wrong with the subsystem here. Essentially, I was creating the issue is that I was creating a ghost object whenever something required an overlap, but realistically, we can do that now via realistically we can do it through the collision filters and mask. Yeah, sorry, my brain is fucked today. It's gonna be a long short day. I don't want to do another 8 hours. I'll probably do 5 or 6 at the max. But when we register a new body, we are using this boolean on whether or not we should create a ghost and create a block collider. Essentially, we don't have to do that anymore. What we could do is, and this is going to get a little difficult, but if something is only a ghost, like if something is only a ghost, we'll create a ghost. If something is only a block, we'll create a block, if that makes sense. But basically, we don't want to do this. We don't want to create a ghost object for everything that has an overlap because it is an overhead. So yeah, basically here I say if the static shape is dynamic or kinematic, we add a rigid body collider no matter what. Else, we check and see if we should create a block collider. And what I'm going to do here is I'm pretty much going to move this functionality to the creation method, like to the method that adds the static collider or the rigid body collider, because it's going to get a little difficult to try to make this stable, man. Essentially, we don't want to ever create a block collider for something that could be a ghost. The main reason for that is because you can just add a contact response. So even here, but this needs to change. We need to say it's blocking any channel, basically. So like if this is blocking any channel, we need to give this a contact response, so that way it'll get picked up in the blocking. Whenever we do our collision filter, it'll get picked up as a blocking. Sorry, my brain, like I said, I can't even think of words right now. But I know what I'm supposed to do. I just got to do it. Okay, so let's take a look here. Like I said, we create a blocking collision no matter what. If this is dynamic or kinematic, it needs to have a blocking body or a rigid body. I think we're supposed to add a flag if it's kinematic. Nah, not set collision flags. This guy right here. So it is a collision flag. That's kind of complicated because I think this automatically sets this as dynamic. But I don't think it would be wrong to say collision object dot set collision flags, and we want to say get collision flags. Kinematic objects. Hey, where was that at? There it is. Okay, so if we're here and we want to say, yeah, we'll go ahead and say, and we are not creating a block collider. So if we should create a block collider and we are not, I'm sorry, and we should not create a ghost collider, do this. The reason I'm saying this is because if we are creating a ghost collider, that means that naturally there will be a ghost that exists. Then this is only if the shape is not dynamic or kinematic. If it's a static shape and it's not a ghost that is a block collider, will create a block collider. If it is a ghost that's not a block collider, because if we get down here, if it's a ghost, we should always create the ghost. We'll stop ourselves from creating the block collider. But we also want to make sure that, hold on. Let's do like this. so that I could use this. So basically, if this is not a dynamic or kinematic object, we want to create the ghost. Now, I think that this will create a problem, mainly because like if I want to have like an attached shape, I don't think that's static. I think it's dynamic. So it's kind of weird. But I mean, technically we'll give, I mean, it could be more of a performance saving thing to not allow this right here unless we are overlapping. Let's just pass. This should just be passed in console. And I guess we have the shape options. The shape options let us know if it should create hold on, let me think about this. This needs to happen. Oof. Actually, I think this is fine. Ain't nothing like seeing a new pair of kicks. Ain't nothing like seeing a new. I think that's fine. So this should solve us creating like a overlap shape for no reason. The other thing that is on the list today is like a pretty big change. We actually got to go to the bullet mover. Let's go to our physics modes. Start here. Should probably also check that this compiles real quick. There's not too many changes though. and they wanna get attention. There's something I'm thinking about right now. We shouldn't create a ghost collider if we are creating a blocking collider at all. If our blocking collider needs to overlap, it'll set itself to overlap certain channels, and those channels would be configured in the user data. So there is a slight chance that we will only ever have to create a ghost only if there is not a block whatsoever. Like if it ever blocks a channel, we'll create a rigid body. And then we'll use the options to set it to overlap. So if it ever blocks, we would create a static body. And if it overlaps, we'll use the shape options to fill that out. So we can actually keep this because if something is ever set to block, we'll go ahead and set and that's kind of tough though. Let me think about this. This should be this. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Like a pair of fresh, I gotta have. I got to have a listen. Ain't nothing like seeing a new pair of kicks. Ain't nothing like seeing a jeans on the head. Ain't no feeling but you got 'em all home. Oh. So yeah, we'll do this here. So if this options has us overlapping, we should do this. And realistically, if I'm gonna be completely honest here, if you really think about how I can simplify this, register bullet rigid body. So instead of doing this, right, instead of iterating over these collision responses and trying to spawn the correct one, we could just say, hey, if you're generating overlap events and you're generating these events, create this. If you're generating overlap events and you're not generating this, create this. If you're dynamic and you're generating overlap events, do this. I mean, basically it doesn't matter. If you're dynamic, like if you are one of the force shape types, you will create a body, rigid body. Options here. If you are a shape, if the options here is creating a overlap and it's not creating a collider, create a ghost. If it's creating a an overlap and a collision, create a collider. It could be a lot simpler, and we don't have to do this check at all. We really just need this so that we can build this response mask, and then we can cut this out completely. So yeah, first off, get rid of that loop, create our user data. We can get rid of these. And basically, this is a force type. So if you are creating a force type, should probably just go ahead and return here. Like, should probably just go ahead and do this and then return. So if this is a force blocking shape, just go ahead and do this and get out of there. Then we'll come down here and we'll check if the options dot, if we're generating overlap events and bullets, and the options dot generate collision events and bullet is false, then we want to create a ghost. I should probably have kept that code. Hold on. Let's do this the smart way. Bring that back. So yeah, instead of doing that, let's do this. Only you. Everybody wanna know. What did you get on me? Okay. So yeah, if the we don't actually need this boolean anymore. Everybody wanna know her name. Just improving this logic to be a lot more stable. So if we're generating overlap events and we're not generating collision events in bullet, then create hold on, so, and then we can pass this the options as well. Like, pretty much I knew that I was gonna have to do this, but I was trying to put it off, but it is just better to just pass the options into the damn thing and use the options to have a little bit more so options, a little bit more coverage with the options. So if we're not generating collision events in bullet, then go ahead and remove the contact response from this thing. Okay, we can do this. this. So we'll create a shape, add it to here, and then return. And then basically we do the opposite of this. If we are generating overlap events and doing collisions, create a static body. So we're doing both of these, or if just this is true. Well, realistically, we don't need to know that. We can just do, we really only need to know this. If we are doing this, like if we've gotten past this if check and we're doing collisions, the options will handle whether or not we're doing an overlap, but we know we need to create a static collider here. So yeah, that looks cleaner. We come in here, just create our collision response mask for our user data. If we're not generating overlap event, collision events and chaos, we just turn the collision off for the body or for the primitive, and then we tell this thing to not notify rigid body collision as well. And then if we're not generating overlap events, we could go ahead and set generate overlap events to false. I think we should also do this too, just to be safe. And then user data, set the component to, really we should set it to this primitive right here, but yeah, I mean it's already there, so that we don't have to get the last again. We just set this to P, and then go ahead cache our response container. We really don't need this anymore, the response container, that's pretty much useless. And then we add this user data to this array. And then we start getting into the shape creation. We take this user data and we actually add it to the collision object. So if we are either dynamic or kinematic, we will force ourselves to create a rigid body collider, and then the options will determine whether or not we allow overlaps in this guy here. And we'll add that in return. If we are generating overlap events and we're not creating collisions, then we know we want just a ghost object as just a trigger. I still don't know about like whether if this needs to be like a moving thing in the world. I still don't know if this is the right way to do this. But we'll have to do some testing on that. And then basically if we get past this and we're generating any collision events, we just need to add a static collider. And that should be that. What the fuck is this? Let rigid body? Oh, register. Okay, so that's good for that. So I can actually push that. Baby, I got to have a listen. Yeah. Okay, so I had a deep back and forth with ChatGPT last night on like how to approach these movement modes without the sweeping. Essentially the idea that Chat came up with was you need to have a working data set and a final data set. So the working data set is what gets constructed here, inside of the mode, and then that data set is read by Bullet, and then Bullet uses that data to, you know, move the pawn, move the actor, whatever is moving. And then once Bullet finishes stepping the motion state, or finishes updating the motion state, inside of the post step physics function inside the mover component, we would read the motion state for the new Bullet created state, like the state that Bullet, you know, handled with the collisions, etc. And then we would write that into the final state. So I want to probably rename the this default mover sync state. It's called F bullet mover or something like that. Mover default sync state. This guy right here. So this needs to be renamed to the final sync state, like the mover output sync state. And default just feels like a weird word, because what this is the synchronized state from the Bullet state. So I'm trying to think of F bullet mover synchronized state. Really, it can be F bullet mover sync state, to be honest with you. I can just remove the word default out of there. It will make me feel better. And then the secondary state, again, like I said, I don't believe that we need any of the movement based, any of this stuff, because this is just extra data that's being synchronized that we probably won't even care about, to be honest with you. If we're on a base and that base is moving, then what we could do is just get the thing that we're on and get its bullet sync state and use that, get its bullets technically we would get its bullet mover sync state and say, hey, where are you going, what's your velocity, you know what I'm saying, like where are you at in the world, and then we align ourselves to that platform. So I don't think these are necessary at all. I mean, technically I don't think they get net serialized unless you have a valid base. So like right here, this only gets synchronized as a bit if you're not moving on a base. But if you are moving on a base, then you get, you know, weak pointer with 8 bytes, F name 12 bytes. They got this condensed down to 30 bits. I think, yeah, 30 bits per component actually. So 30, 60, well, god damn, for real, god damn, 30, 60, 90, that's actually not a lot, because what it's less than 1 byte, I think. Wait, no, it's less than 4 bytes, because there's what, 8 bits in a byte. So yeah, each component is like 3 bytes or something like that instead of 4. Yeah, that is pretty much a saving right there. So okay, they got the decay in here already for fucking whatchamacallit. That's good. Yeah. But yeah, we also need a bullet mover working sync state, like the target sync state. So I'm going to copy this, even though there's a shit ton of stuff in here. And so we need to have a target velocity. And then we need to have a target angular velocity. And I think there was another thing in there too. Desired yaw rate. I think it tried to have like some clamping in there too. Oh, and you. Okay, so written only by bullet after stepping. This. Yes, okay. And then this just needs the desired velocity. The axis mass, which I don't think this is like ass right here. This angular delta is kind of weird, but I'm pretty sure that's our target angular velocity. This is never authoritative, safe to discard, recompute on rollback. Also, it's actually trying to make the target something that's input by the client, but I don't think that's the case. I think the target should be generated within the movement mode. Mover, drive command, bullet physics tick, motion state, sync state, finalize frame. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, I think this is okay. We don't need move direction, intent, or any of that stuff, because as long as we have these two things, you should be able to generate everything else essentially. You gotta have a line. That's how the mind. Oh, yeah. I got to have a It's actually code in my room. Yeah. Yeah, we only need these two data types. You could add it to this sync state, but you know, I guess modularity is the best. All right, let's just go ahead and implement these. Set movement base. That is definitely not a function we need. Don't need this. Don't need this. We don't need this, but we should have a function to set like update targets or whatever. I think I wanna waste time trying to hook up with a dime because I'm taking out $1. It's making me wanna holler. She's like no one I ever seen, no one I ever met, someone I never forget. Oh baby, looking at her, it's good for my health. She got me singing to myself. I see her, I wanna. You gotta have love like you first shot box. I'm feeling, daydreaming. I want to scuff her up, polish up around. Treat her real good like a pair of fresh. You gotta have, I got to have her. Oh yeah. God damn it. Paradise, you wanna get attention. And everybody wanna know. No disrespect to my game. Okay, I got life. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can just always interpolate here. Since we're not storing any location data. get rid of pretty much all of this. It's really just going is lerping from target to state target. And angular is angular to angular. These could be removed. Should reconcile. I actually want the whatchamacallit that's used for that. You know what? They don't fucking use they don't use the whatchamacallit here, which gives you like a it gives you like a note that tells you like it basically leaves a text inside of the insights. I mean, technically we don't really care about that right now, actually. This only reconciles if there is a difference in the locations. Like if we're not close enough here. I guess we don't ever want to roll back this target state because this gets constructed. This gets constructed based on the input state. So we could actually make this return false. And then this state, the thing about that though, is that it's kind of confusing because you would think that setting this to false would mean that if this is wrong, it wouldn't roll back the state. But since this target state is actually influencing the outcome of the sync state right above it, when that sync state is wrong and our locations are out of the distance threshold, it will roll back the state anyways. So it should be fine. Para J. And you wanna get attention. This is what you gotta say. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey. So let's just get these guys here. I won't scuff up. I lace her up now. So we're holding these to 16 bits, like literally, Jesus, 16 bits per component. That does make it way smaller. So the next time you see a girl that reminds you of Para J, and you wanna get her attention, this is what you gotta say. We do need to call this, and we need that actually. Okay, last thing we need to do is clone Tyrone. Now, what does it mean by jive? Make sure it jives with the deletion method. Okay, so that is our working state. That's part of it. Where does it all fall into place here? So essentially, if ambiguous symbol. Where is this at again? Oh shit. Oh hell. Son of a bitch. Okay. That's what it was telling me. So let's rename you to bullet. I can't call it that either. Fuck me. Okay, this is ass actually. I don't want to do that. Let me can I undo? Can I undo, please? Can I go back, please? Okay, let me copy this. Copy buffer. And copy buffer. And then I want to go to pretty much all of these changes and discard them. That, my friends, is why source control is important. Copy buffer. Can't beat it, bruh. Can't beat it, bro. Copy buffer. Boom! Right back where we were. Yeah, source control is vital, bro. Okay, back to where we were here. Okay, so I'm thinking the solution is not necessarily removing like things like this and some things that try to let's put it more like we don't want to get rid of anything that's trying to keep us vertical or apply gravity, anything like that. We do I think we do want to, you know, maybe affect gravity, but I don't know if you can change the gravity of something. Like, I don't know if you can change the gravity of one body. I know everything has like a gravity override, but I think the bullet world has a singular gravity. So yeah, the world has gravity, but not the actual bullet. Oh no, you can definitely set the gravity on a per body basis. So that just means in the options, that's a difficult concept because I can think of gravity over time, like you want gravity to change over time. But I'll leave that for people to implement themselves. I'll give the option for it, like in the subsystem options. So we can go where's this at? I just had a brain fart. Not really a brain fart. My brain is doing something right now where it's like it's opening up another thread and trying to do something while I'm doing something. It's like, just focus on what I'm doing right now and stop trying to do extra shit. think it's 981, right? I think it's 981, like this. I could be wrong. It could be 9.81. There's not a constant value. Negative 980. I was close. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. We can do that here. There is no order to this madness. I'm just calling shit whenever. Oh, fuck. Okay, a static collider doesn't have... Okay, I'm getting sidetracked, but I should also put a note here that well, I don't know how. I can't say that because I don't actually know how to separate those two. I could remove the gravity override from the mover component. Like I could remove that variable altogether, and then you would set it up in the options. But the thing about the options is that they're static, and the thing about the like it being on a component means that you can change it dynamically. Like if you enter a volume, your gravity goes to this. But realistically, if you wanted a system like that, then I could create a function that changes the body's gravity based on, like, whenever you call set, new gravity, they could talk to the physics body that is the root body of your like updated component. So it's like pointless to, it's kind of pointless to whatchamacallit. Okay. All right, now this is where I get a little confused, because the way that this is mapped is that we are supposed to be writing to our output sync state right here. This is where we're supposed to be writing information to, but realistically we want this to be the F bullets target, F bullet mover target sync state, like this. And then that also means that we need to add make sure that that's there. So we'll have this output state, and pretty much we just want to write so yeah, basically what this is supposed to do, we're supposed to get the velocity between our current velocity and our relevant velocity, but this relevant velocity might not ever get calculated. So I have to go through a back and forth with chat to figure out, like I said, this is something that is generated inside of the sweep. But if we're not doing a sweep, we actually don't ever generate this. Okay, so let's take a look at this function again. So we skip the move here, And then this target location doesn't exist yet. And then this sweep hit time is actually is 1, but since we don't sweep, this doesn't exist. Let me put on the jacket too. Lifting my desk up real quick. Oh man, we can go higher, can't we? We can go higher. That's a little bit better. All right, like I was saying, there's a lot of this this code that is being driven by us sweeping, and I think it might be smart to actually open up the chaos falling mode and take a look. Holy hell. This here is the gist of the fucking physics movement mode right here. Like I said, it doesn't do any sweeps other than here when it tries to generate the move to update the floor. We know that, we personally know that our floor it's unnecessary to sweep for it because we will make contact with the floor. If we hit the floor, we make contact with it. But this is done so that the blackboard is updated. This blackboard I think is like the rewind. No, it's not the it's not even the roll blackboard. It's just the blackboard. But yeah, if you look at this, this is how they're handling so it's got you got a target position, you got a target orientation, a target velocity, and then you got a proposed angular velocity in degrees. Yeah. So how is this target position? It's the sync state plus target velocity times delta seconds. This doesn't do any step ups or anything. I'm guessing the physics solver does that automatically, like stepping up stairs and shit. Or maybe the walking mode does that. Yeah. I'm going to yoink this because I mean this is as simple as it needs to be for falling, and then we can essentially build the correct stuff around it. So we got all this stuff about the floor and all this unnecessary stuff that doesn't need to happen. So yeah, let's do a bullet proposed move. We already have one of those. Cool. We got a F. In our case, it would be the F bullet mover, or it's actually the F bullet. We already have one of these two. There's no need to do that either. We don't need to do this. We're already doing it. Movement utils. We can get rid of these things. So the physics simulation applies Z only gravity acceleration via the physics volume, so we need to account for it here. And see, this is where we would get our body's gravity. Let's take a look at this. So this is in the sync state, which I can understand that. I can understand that. We could actually do this. So that's sim inputs. I want to say that that is like client side. Is that client side? Or is this just input data? I think this is just input data. It's a float too, though. That's kind of weird. What's good, squirrel? It's a float for this gravity. It's not necessarily a vector override. So is this value set to -980? Like, is it set to, where's this at? I believe this might be set to -980. Yep. So in my options, what we could do, boom, 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 boom. Let's look at this in a way that could be a little bit cool. Physics. world system. So technically we should be able to get every shape options. The only thing that is kind of weird that Epic is kind of forcing you, like, physics wise. Like if you had a wall like this and you wanted to walk up this wall, like if you wanted to go from here and then go up this wall, you would want your physics to be the inverted normal of this contact point here, so that the character goes down towards the wall. Gravity takes it this way, but Epic is forcing. Where's this at? God damn it, did I close it? I did. Epic is basically forcing you to only do Z only gravity. Then I guess that's a good start. But in our case right here, we can just get the static gravity for our body. Son of a bitch. No. Wait. I don't use this? Cap. This is definitely being used somewhere. No way. get motion state. This is what I'm using. Okay, this function is fine. I think I have a find function too. I don't. Technically, there should only ever be one shape type per component now. So eventually this will change, but just doing it for cleanliness, I guess, right now. Wasn't this a float? Okay. Gravity is a float. Trying to go with it down. Because I'm taking out a dollar. It's making me wanna have love. It's like no one I ever seen, no one I ever met, someone I never forget. Oh, baby. What's wrong with you? I wanna. I'm feeling daydreaming. What the fuck is happening? I want stuff for up. Eyes have alive. Oops. I'm an idiot. Okay. Get rid of that. I don't know if we care about the target position, like in this case. This can probably be removed. I'm feeling, daydreaming, ooh, is alright. I got that one. So we never really set our target orient here. Which you could say is something, this is something that probably would need to be set. Like we'd have to call this function based on this, but in here we don't want to create anything like this. Like only thing we really care about is this velocity here. And then according to chat, our velocity should be our delta velocity. So it should be our starting velocity, our target velocity minus our velocity clamped in between the max acceleration times delta time. But this function looks like pseudocode. But essentially, the delta time, we're trying to get the delta between our two velocities here. So this is actually, that is correct. So then it's gonna be const, I'm guessing. And so this would be our target minus our and then when we apply this, we'll do our mass times this delta velocity. It doesn't really explain the angular velocity. And I feel like getting the delta between the two angular velocities could make me rotate wrong. And apparently this is supposed to be clamped to deceleration to apply to air movement when falling slower than terminal velocity. If the actor's vertical velocity is greater than this speed, yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to be multiplied times delta time, because we already multiplied this times delta time. And I would expect this speed to already be multiplied by delta time as well. I'm not sure if these are, this shouldn't be clamped, but I would say that this needs to be multiplied times delta time. One could even say that it'll just be safe to multiply this time delta time. And then we could just remove this. So we get this, then we multiply the final times delta time. But yeah, essentially what this is supposed to do is allow us to fall without sweeping. There is a sweep in the chaos falling mode to update the floor. But this is literally here so that it just updates the blackboard. I do think that we'll have to add this eventually to update the blackboard so that the floor can be shared across multiple movement modes, because the walk-in mode uses the floor, and I'm pretty sure any other mode that's on the ground, sliding, you know, whatever, is going to use the floor. But yeah, I think for now this will be a good thing to test to see if we still fall. Everybody wanna know. Okay, so this needs to be changed to F bullet updated motion state. Okay, so another thing I just remember is that we don't actually use this target data. So that is done in the mover component. Okay, that's fine. But oh, maybe it's in the backend class where that happens. There's somewhere where we apply the angular velocity. I actually can't remember where I did that at. I think it might be in the tick function of mover. No, it might be. Hold on, I'll check. It might be at the end of this frame where we actually take. Yeah. So right here we update our active velocity from the output state's velocity and the output state's angular. But in this case, we actually want to take the bullet target sync state instead, and we want to say get target velocity and get angular velocity. All right, that looks good. What's the issue you have currently? So I don't think this classifies as an issue. What I think this is right now is I'm trying to refine the movement modes to make more sense with the physics-based movement. So most of the wait, what is this here for? Don't I already have this? Oh yeah, I have this, but it doesn't actually exist. Actually, we could still use this though. Technically, we can still use this. It's pretty much the same as. Hold on. We just have to call more functions here. But yeah, this is not really an issue that I'm dealing with. I'm literally just trying to make the movement work without sweeping. Like if you look at the regular movement modes, they pretty much generate a velocity based on sweep, based on like I swept against this wall, I need to depenetrate, and then they get the location of that and the location where you are, and they calculate the delta between that, and then convert that delta move into a velocity, and then that's the velocity that you need to move at. But since we're not sweeping, we can't do any of that. So I looked at the chaos falling mode, and this is all it does. All it does is, you know, apply an angular velocity to the rotator, which changes our target orientation, which technically we don't necessarily need. I would say that we don't need this, but I gotta double check. And then it just writes the target data out to the sync state, and that's essentially what I did here in this guy. But my target, I only need the target velocities, because in Bullet you don't ever set the target position. Like, you don't ever set the position. The position gets set by I think the position gets set by the physics engine. Yeah, that sounds better than what I'm doing. I'm currently making a mini game in the UI. It's basically a small game in itself. I can see myself doing some 5 or 10 hours on this thing just to get it working. Fuck. Yeah, that sounds like a long day. Oh no, I'm almost done for today. Today was all about the layout and the input. The input tomorrow is when I start to tackle this thing. Oh, nice. Just prepping yourself for the things to come. All right, let's see if we still fall here. We still fall, and then we get our knee broad phase collision here. That's when we collide with the ground. Okay, so of course I want to take a look at the trace for that, because we've got a fallen mode that literally does not do any sweeps, like no accidental sweeps or anything like that. So let's go ahead and see what it looks like in terms of performance. Okay. Hopefully the shit doesn't jump up to four fucking milliseconds. Today I'm soon gonna get to work on a bug in my code, probably a missing negation on an if statement or something. Probably basically my clothing vendor doesn't create the clothes. Oof. I hope it's something simple, man. Hate dealing with bugs, dog. Hate dealing with bugs, dog. All right, let's fucking scroll deep into this to find our. Let's scroll deep into this because it's super optimized. No, I'm trying. I'm bragging and shit. That's just me bragging. Yeah. Let's scroll so far into this because it's so hard to find how much time this shit actually takes. Fuck. I'm sorry. It is exciting that this shit is moving way faster. I'm thinking about still compiling and release, but if I start to see that I need to debug the code, I'll compile into like a debug version of Bullet. But yeah, right now the entire Bullet network prediction tick is taking less than a millisecond for 12. I told I told somebody that I was gonna do like more bodies to see if the curve is exponential. And I'm gonna do that now. Just wanna see. So we got 12, 24, 36, 48. And then let's do 50 here. So this is a 50 ball. My game will never have this, but it's always good to see how heavy things actually are. Boom. Okay, so that's 50. We take a look at the trace. Okay, we can see our frame time is a little bit higher, meaning that it is costing more. But if we scroll deep into this, you can see that 50 moving. Let's see. So right here is the actual cost of bullet network prediction. 3.6 milliseconds for 50 components moving in the world. Now they're not doing like hard stuff right now. This is the cheapest it'll be. It'll only get more expensive from here because, you know, walking, they gotta, you know, with walking or like nav walking, you gotta query the navigation surface or whatever. I might do something to where I don't use the navigation surface. You know what I'm saying? Basically, if a AI is contacted on the floor, like if an AI makes contact with the floor, the AI can move like in a you know, in a sphere around itself. So I might do like one query per frame or per like move. So query the ground where you are, and then move to a spot in that query range. That way you don't have to query the fucking entire but it might be optimized to just use the whatchamacallit, to use the I can't think of the word for it, the nav mesh. Yeah, it's code I did yesterday. I still haven't done the math on it, so it's very experimental. Nice. So yeah, at least you know where the bug is. But yeah, so this is about what we were paying in debug mode. This is actually cheaper. 50 of these moving in release is cheaper than 12 moving in debug. But yeah, this is really good. In scope movement update, that took 61 microseconds. Holy hell. You know what that is? I know what this is. I know exactly what this is too. If I'm not mistaken, this is inside of the bullet component. The mover component. In the simulation tick, they do like a scope update somewhere. Where is it at? Where are you? Right here. Scope movement update. Right here. Simulation tick. And the scope behavior is deferred update. So if we're on the game thread, we can make use of the scope movement for better perf of multi-step movements. If not, then we're definitely not moving the component in immediate mode. So the scope will have no effect. So yeah, that's what this is right here. But then we still get these. Like I said, I'm missing some stats in here. Like some of these things, some of these gaps are things that are happening. We just don't know what they are. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, that is right. How long is this taking? 2 microseconds? That's not too bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure in C++ this will be literally nothing, but it's not bad at all. See this post update nav data, this is why I would want to get rid of the nav mesh, because let's, do we even have a nav? We don't even have a nav mesh. So this component post update nav data is fucking, what it's updating the nav mesh, but there is no nav mesh. So why am I paying for that? That's probably in the primitive component. Post update nav data in the scene component. Is this virtual? It's not virtual. What? It calls navigation system on transform change. Where is this fucking called at, bro? Internal set world location and rotation. So if registered and B could ever affect navigation. Okay, so the simplest thing to do is turn off whether or not this can affect navigation. So we'll do that here just to. Let's do a trace with that on. See what kind of time as we get without updating the fucking nav mesh that's not there. So technically, I think those guys are still falling. That's actually, holy fuck, a whole millisecond. An entire millisecond is gone because we're not doing a navigation thing. So basically, in a game where there's no AI, if you really think about this, I think the navigation mesh is supposed to be an optimal way of handling AI navigation. I gotta research it more, but one thing I read in one of the documentations, I think it was Jolt's documentation, it specifically said that the physics-based character is the cheapest and that you should use it for like AI and like, you know, NPCs, because it doesn't need to do anything. Like it will, well, technically, like if you want to build in spatial queries and shit like that, you could, but by default it doesn't automatically do that, so it will be the cheapest. But you can see right here, we went from 3.3 to 2.3 just by turning off that can affect navigation, and that saved us a whole millisecond for fucking 50 units. So this means you could probably get 100 fucking things move. You can get 100 physics-based like AI moving in this bitch for probably like less than 5 milliseconds. I know that's still a lot though. And since I'm thinking from the point of view of the server will also. You said I have AI and I don't use the nav mesh. So what's your frame cost right now for like how you're generating AI movement? You know what I'm saying? Like when you generate AI movement, how do you do it? Like the algorithm, what is there a specific algorithm that you're using? Is it your own algorithm? And then what kind of perf stats are you seeing in terms of like how long it takes to move 50, 110 components? So 3.5, and the other 2 milliseconds happens basically an animation thread that's not doing anything right now. One millisecond for 100 AI agents all moving independently. What? How are you doing that? 1 millisecond for 100? Holy fuck. Is that with you doing the frame splitting that you do where you only update so many every frame? I wonder if I can get away with that here, where instead of moving all 50, you skip an update. I sent that algorithm before on Discord. I think it might be pinned, but I basically use a pawn movement component and input directions versus speed every frame. Holy fuck. It's that cheap? You tested this on the dedicated server too? Because if you're doing queries, I'm not trying to diss anything, but I just want to know if you test this on the dedicated server. I want to know like if you were able to trace it. I still can't trace my dedicated server. I'd have to do it locally, but then it's still probably going to use multiple threads or some shit. But yeah, my only concern is that I wonder if it'll take longer on a single core machine than it does on on the machine that you're testing it on, because I'm pretty sure the pawn movement component is still doing like spatial queries, and if it's using chaos traces, then it's going to be doing them shits asynchronously. It's going to be doing them multi-threaded. Did you check and see if anything was running on like a separate thread? It'll probably still be the same speed though. I feel like chaos has really good speed for spatial queries. But yeah, 1 millisecond is fucking wild. All right, let's go back down to 12 here. All right, cool. So now the hardest part is the walk-in mode, because that has the most functionality in it. Hold on, let me do a trace with just 12 just to see what it looks like for like my actual game. I won't have 12, I'll have 10 max. Hey, damn, they already fell. I missed them. Yeah, my test is on the dedicated server. Nice. Simulate every frame. Holy fuck, yeah, that's OP. No collisions? Or like, are they doing collision checks? If that's happening with collision checks, bro, I wish chaos was deterministic, because that sounds fucking fast. Okay, so turning off the fucking nav mesh update turns this from 800 to 665. It's pretty good. I think we should set that Boolean flag to false by default for all the bullet components. It'll save you. It'll save you a whole millisecond. All right, so I'm gonna just push this up. Bro, I told you before, the threads are managed automatically by the OS, so you don't need to worry about other threads on a single B-core machine. They don't care about collisions at all, but I code around that with smart paths, so when the enemy sees a player, it automatically stops moving, and so that you can get inside the AI. Oh, so okay, so if I'm moving here and an AI is like coming in this direction and I come into his sight picture, he'll stop here and it'll make it so that it's easy for me to shoot him. But what about the players who are going to run up to this guy and beat him? Do you turn on collisions when he stops? Like once he stops moving, you turn back on collisions so that when this guy runs up to beat him, he doesn't like phase through that guy. Or is there something else that makes sure that the player that's doing like melee doesn't end up phasing through that AI somehow? But yeah, that's how you saving so much though. Not doing collision sweeps, holy shit. Oh, so you turn off return hit on movement or return or whatever that variable is. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Okay. Let us take a look at this chaos walk-in mode because I know it does some crazy shit in there. Okay. So we got some constraint settings here. Try to use the floor as the basis for the intended move direction. You try to walk along slopes rather than into them. Okay. So in Blackboard, update the floor result and check the proposed move to prevent moving onto unwalkable surfaces. Get floor and check movement. This does a sweep. It does another sweep. And then it does another sweep. Good God. Sweeps are expensive as fuck for me. But God damn it, sweeps are expensive, man. It's doing a sphere trace though, so a sphere might be a little bit cheaper. If you want, I think I might be able to find it on my PC and send you the demo. Yeah, I want to see how they move and shit, and like not like how they navigate. I just want to see like what 100 moving units looks like in like terms of your world. Okay. So yeah, this does a bunch of sweeps here to make sure that we're not trying to walk onto unwalkable surfaces. And then on the simulation tick, it looks pretty deep here. It's not doing a lot though. So got our proposed move, our starting sync state, and our output state. And if we have a sim blackboard, we try to get the last floor result, get the ground normal here. The floor is walkable. The initial height above floor is the floor distance plus get target height. So virtual float. So put the target position on the floor. Put the target position on the floor at the target height. Okay. The base movement mode. The base movement mode does not apply gravity in walking mode, so apply it here. Also remove the gravity that will be applied by the physics simulation. This is so that the gravity in this mode will be consistent with the gravity set on the mover, not the default physics gravity. So projected velocity is our world velocity times our gravity. This is a different variable. Yeah, it is. They have physics object gravity and then they have this gravity. So gravity times delta seconds, and then the target velocity is the projected velocity minus the physics object's gravity. So you just subtract the gravity from the physics object, and then it uses the gravity that's inside of the mover component to override that. Okay. And so if we have movement intent and not moving straight up and down, then use the proposed move plane velocity. If we should use the proposed move, we got our proposed move plane velocity. Then we have our proposed normal velocity. And we have our target position plus equals our proposed move plane velocity times delta seconds. And the projected ground velocity comes from this chaos ground movement utils. Compute ground velocity internal, and it says, so we'll probably have to get this library here, and somehow we're getting the ground particle, which is the rigid body. So get rigid particle handle from floor result, and we said the ground particle exists and the ground particle is dynamic and gravity is enabled. This might not be correct if different physics objects have different gravity, but it saves having to go to the component and get the gravity of the physics volume. So we take the projected ground velocity and add the default sim inputs physics object gravity times the up direction times delta seconds. So this is if the ground particle is valid and the ground particle is dynamic. So we're adding the gravity back down so that we, I don't get this. I'm guessing this is so that we follow the gravity of this thing. So this thing would have gravity, and if we're on it and we apply a downward force to it, its gravity would be downward. What does this mean? Control flags, get gravity enabled. Oh hell, it's fucking black magic code. So if the ground is moving, we take our projected relative velocity as our target velocity minus this. We don't use this, but we got our projected relative normal velocity, our projected relative vertical velocity, and then the vertical velocity limit. So if we're lifting off a surface, well, this is set to true if the relative normal velocity is greater than the vertical velocity limit and the ground is moving, and the relative vertical velocity is greater than, isn't this the same fucking thing? If this is greater than this and this is greater than this. Oh no, this is vertical velocity, yeah, not vertical normal velocity. So determine if the character is stepping up or stepping down. If stepping up, make sure that the character height is less than the max step height, and the new surface has can character step up on set to true. if stepping down, make sure that the step height is less than the max step height. So if stepping down, make sure that the step height is less than the max step height. So we got our in height above floor. This is the initial height above floor plus the projected relative vertical velocity times delta seconds. If stepping down is equal to this value being greater than some small number, is within reach is equal to the in height above floor being less than or equal to the max step height, and then is supported is whether we are within reach and we are not lifting off the surface, and then needs vertical velocity to the target is equal to whether or not we're supported and stepping down, and the in height floor is greater than 0 and we're not lifting off the surface. So if we need vertical velocity to target, which means we're stepping up, I want to say, wait, no, needs vertical velocity to target. I guess, you know, the vertical velocity could be up and down. So target velocity equals the fractional downward velocity to target. What the fuck was this determined at? And then the times this divided by delta seconds times the up direction. Okay. And then we take our target orientation and try to create a target orientation. And then we write this stuff out right here. And this is only if the floor is walkable. If not, we set the movement mode to this movement mode. I would say if the floor is walkable, we falling, ain't we? But yeah, essentially we need to do this, but I gotta think about how I could easily set up input. I'll just do like a simple input. And I just remember something too, that bullet physics pro subsystem update active velocity. Sorry, got distracted. Okay, so we will need to figure out a way to update this floor, because technically we don't. Now in our you know what, so in here we're going to step physics like this, and then we're doing this gather. So we're doing this gather right here, but realistically you can think, yeah, I mean, this is tough. So fuck, that's tough, bro. This is gathering all collision events that happen in the world, and then basically triggering the component to send out a broadcast of that hit. So the thing about that is there's no way to kind of, I guess, no, because fuck, that's unfortunate. So since the movement mode steps before the world, there aren't any there aren't any hits. I mean, technically, if you think about it, okay, I gotta map this out of my mind. Because right now, what we do every step is, so let's just say this is the movement mode. So the movement mode will step. Physics will update, like we'll update the actor's velocity at the end of this frame, and then after this runs, these two things run, we actually step the physics. Once the physics has been stepped, then we gather all of the hits for that frame, for the movement that happened here. I think if I cache these on the like if I cache the hits on the subsystem, I should be able to reference them in the beginning of the frame here, because these don't get reset until we gather a new list. So yeah, we could actually get the gatherer and get the current events, or get the latest events like this. So I'll keep now that won't actually be smart. Hold on. So this gets reset. There's a chance this could be empty too. That's the sad part. Let me think here. I do need the cached events from the previous frame to exist. I think there needs to be a function in here to cache the events, and we can call that, so that this is just our working array. And then we need a function to, well, we can do it here. Once we gather these, I would say after we iterate on them, yeah, we actually need to have like a static function on these mugs. Now, I actually want this to be a copy. I don't want this to be a reference. Okay, it does copy. Okay. So yeah, after we iterate over these, we can say do this. So then we'll have the cache for the frame. And we need to have a helper here to get a T array of F. I forget the type that is. Okay, so our concept of the floor is basically if our rigid body is in a contact pair with something that has the same normal as our up vector. So whatever our up vector is, if we are in contact with something that has that same up vector, that probably means that we're on the floor. And then this would work in the case where you have like, the player's on the floor here and then he can walk on the wall. So like if we say that our up vector is Z here, as long as we're in contact with the floor, which has a normal of this, we'll just compare these two dot products. If it's greater than or equal to 0.9, we are on the floor. And then the same thing if we were to like have like a little thing that teleports us on the wall and rotates us to where we're like this now, our up vector would be whatever this vector is now, and the normal would be like this as well. Then we can compare these two dot product. We can compare the dot product between these two. So that's how we would have to determine if we're on the floor. Else, I'd have to do like a trace to see if we're on the floor. But the thing is, that's a waste of resources when our collision dispatcher is already letting us know that there's been a contact made right here. So I don't even know if I need to do all the traces that this walking mode is doing. I think I have to, because it's tracing to it's doing a sphere trace to try to see if we can step over something, and stuff like that is important. But in terms of the fallen mode, let's bring this up. So yeah, in the chaos fallen mode, they do this concept here. I don't think we have this. This doesn't exist. Where's our blackboard at? simulation. This is for so I don't think that this happens in whatchamacallit. Yeah. This has already been defined, I'm guessing. So we're not going to do a floor sweep, but I do want to, I do kind of want a, I want a mimic of this. Damn, it's caching everything inside this motherfucker, bro. But I guess it is data that needs to be synchronized, because if you're forward predicting, if you are forward predicting, the person who is running your simulation code needs to know about all of this data, so I can understand it. It just sucks ass. It sucks ass. Especially if they don't have like delta serialization. It means you basically updating this. I'm pretty sure this is a fucking collision response container or whatever. Let me sit down for a little bit. So yeah, I need to make a similar concept to this floor sweep, but without doing the sweep. We just basically check all the contacts, and we check and see if we have a contact with something that could be considered the floor. The only thing is that this does like quite a bit of work inside of it. So trying to, I don't think it'll be too hard though. The thing I'm having the most problems with is this shit, like caching all of this data inside of the whatever sync state object is used. I'm gonna go grab a banana real quick. The question I always have when I'm looking at Unreal's code is, how much of this shit do I actually need? You gotta know that Unreal writes shit so that it covers like as many edge cases as possible. But me, I'm just trying to cover my edge case, and then I'll leave it up to other motherfuckers to cover their own edge. Cover your own ass, you know what I'm saying? My bug was a temporary size box in the UI that I forgot to delete, and was making an actual menu have 0 scale. Good thing you didn't spend 4 hours looking for it, though. I'm taking a little break right now. I've been standing up for like an hour and a half. Just eating a banana. Doing a little social media cleanse. Get rid of some of these notifications. Oh, jeez. End of this year, multi-million now. All right. I'm just gonna bring the desk down to me. I spent a good while reading the whole code and doing the math only to find out that there was no bug in the code, so I started looking at the actual widget. Good old Unreal widgets. I hate UI programming. Don't remind me that I have to do it eventually. You know what? There's a person who wants to join my team. I might ask him, hey, are you good at UI programming? Shit. I need somebody to make the UI for the game. That way I don't have to do it. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I have this big fear that I'll join up with a programmer and then they'll just take my code and then I'm basically like racing against fucking father time. The one advantage that I have right now is that nobody has the code that I have. Like it could be written. I'm not saying that nobody can write it, but nobody has it in the state that I have it now. So if I were to allow somebody into my code base and they were to run off with the shit, of course there's legal documents, NDAs, non-competes and all that shit. But at a certain level, a lawyer won't even give a fuck about. I'm gonna put this into perspective for you. I lost $10,000 one time. Had a signed contract that was forged. The signature was forged by the person who signed it, and they ended up scamming me for this $10,000. The lawyer literally told me it's gonna cost you more money to fight for this $10,000 than just taking a loss. So like at certain levels, the lawyer won't even give a fuck like about the contract. So but I could see if like he takes my game or whoever I'm thinking of, like the scary boogeyman who steals games. I can see if they take the game and they make like a multi-million-dollar profiting game, like a multi-million-dollar net revenue type of game, and they stole like the code from me, then hell yeah, the lawyer would definitely be on that ass with the contracts, with the NDAs. So of course I get it signed. I would get it signed no matter what. And in Texas, like certain things are binding in Texas. Like your word in Texas is a binding agreement. Literally, you can write a contract down on paper. Like I could say, you owe me your life on a piece of paper. And if you sign it, that is a binding contract. No lawyer has to be present. Texas is a really weird place, but I love it. So what I'm saying is things like UI, art, like art and level design, all these things, what else is there? UI, level design, art, sound effects and stuff like that. Like all of those things are things that don't 100% require you to be in like knuckles deep in the project. Like you don't even need the project files to build a level. You don't need the project files to build out a UI system. You can build that and bring it into the game. Yeah, that sucks. Over here, I can get a lawyer for free from the government if I have a contract that was broken. Yeah, good luck with that in America, because these lawyers want a case that's going to win them some money and give them some notoriety. So like, if you got a $10,000 case, they don't give a fuck about that. You might find like a lawyer, like a pro bono lawyer or something that'll do that shit. Like a lawyer that's practicing, like that needs to get hours in the courtroom type shit. You might be able to find somebody like that. But like a lawyer that could win you the case and get you your money back, hell no. I could try to get on like one of those Judge Judy type shows or whatever and do some shit like that. But that's like the biggest fear. The fear is not them releasing the game and being a success. The fear is that somebody else has my code and now I have to work harder to get my game out faster. You get what I'm saying? What's good, 3-Day? If somebody has my code, that puts them on the same playing field as me. So in order for me to take advantage, like in order for me to maintain my upper hand, I have to work harder, which is more stress, which is more time away from my baby girl. I'm willing to do it. It's just, you know, I'm trying to avoid the shit. Like, and that's why anybody who's like, hey, I can help out with your project. I'm like, are you able to do this? Are you able to do art? Are you able to do animation? You know, like animation, art, level design, UI, all these things are required for a game to be a game, but they don't require my project files to transfer hands. But I know I can see it from their point of view. It's like me not letting them in feels like I'm just trying to take advantage of them. But realistically, I'm just trying to protect myself because I know I'm not going to steal. The thing about me is I'm a person who's on I have a public face. It might not be huge, but I'm trying to, like, if Cliff Bleszinski stole your code, you could go to Twitter and tag Cliff Bleszinski and say, bro, you stole my fucking code, you asshole. And that'll start like a Twitter beef. And you'll get some people behind it signing petitions and all type of shit because a public face did you wrong. So me being a public face, if I do you wrong, I literally ruin one of the most important things to me, which is my face card. My face card is important to me. A lot of people don't care about their face card. They're just out here fucking scamming. That's another thing where I'm like hesitant. That's why I haven't hired nobody off of Fiverr yet. Like on Fiverr, I feel like literally on Fiverr, you can make an account as a seller and scam. And I might be wrong now because the last time I made a Fiverr account was probably like 6 years ago. So I do remember making a Fiverr account. You didn't need shit to make a fucking seller account. You don't need to present an ID. You didn't need to do any of this shit. Like all you needed was a fucking email basically. And if you made money, you'd have to, you know, it was like a Patreon. Like essentially it's like Patreon. Like Patreon, you don't need to prove your identity. Like You can just create a Patreon and start making money from Patreon, even if you're even if you're a scammer. So that's the reason I haven't hired nobody from Fiverr, because I'm trying to find somebody who has a public face that cares about their face card. Because if you do me wrong, I'm going to let the world know that you're a person that should not be like, you're a person that people should not be doing business with. And it's like it changes how you operate when you care about your face card. But like I said, I don't know if this person does. You know what I'm saying? He's hitting me up saying, hey, I can help you with your project. Also, like, asking questions like, do you have money to pay people? I'm like, no. I'm like, no, I don't. Or unless, if I had money to pay people, you wouldn't be seeing my game in this state. You would be seeing it in a state where it looked pretty. You know what I'm saying? If I had like just money to be paying people, you wouldn't be seeing me like in the grind mode. You'd see me in when it feels like I had overnight success. That's what it would feel like. I'd show the game when it has like all the art, all the fucking lighting, all the dribble moves. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't show it off before then. But since, you know, I'm a broke game developer out here, I gotta generate some fucking interest early. I'm showing this shit off in its worst state possible. All right, let me focus up. I gotta figure out a way to mimic whatever this is doing here. All right, so the floor sweep params is used for this sphere cast. So it says that the hit, like it says internal use only, physics thread, sphere query, trace a sphere against the world and return touching hits, and then the first blocking hit. Results are sorted, so a blocking hit, if found, will be the last element of the array, and the single closest blocking result will be generated. No test will be done after that. Falls back to array cast if the query radius is less than or equal to 0. Me and you both, I basically made my game with over 10K over the years, and that's including money to go out every Thursday. Yeah, I don't even know how much money I spent on this particular project. I know I bought like some asset packs off the marketplace and shit like that. I bought a couple of humble bundles. I actually have like some level design humble bundles that I probably need to download and look at and see if I could, you know, make something out of them shits. But for this particular project, I probably haven't spent more than, I know it's definitely less than $5,000. It's probably less than a couple $1,000, just for, because I've done everything by hand that exists in the project now. Of course, I did buy, like back when I did the first demo, I bought some cheap stylized asset packs, stylized modular character asset packs. Those probably cost like no more than $50 a piece. I probably bought all of them. Like there was probably like 7 of them, or maybe like 4 or 5 of them. Or more recently, I bought that the sci-fi hero pack that has like all the clothes that I'm putting on now. I bought another sci-fi pack. That's about $500 right there between those 2 packs. But I think I got one on sale, so it's probably like $300. I bought Red Point EOS. I bought the matchmaking, so those kind of count. So yeah, it's probably like less than 5,000 over the entire like time that I've actually been trying to make any game. What if I told you I never paid for an asset or a tutorial? I learned everything I know with free stuff. Nice. Oh yeah, I gotta think about all of the fucking courses that I bought too. There's a bunch of courses that I pay for to get to the stage I'm at now. Now, if you stealing courses, that don't count. You paying for it with your soul, you thief. Nah, I'm playing. All right, so this is just debug shit. If we have a blocking hit, we check if it's walkable by taking the hits. Okay. I mean, yeah, I could pretty much mimic this because all this is this is a way to gather hits in the world. So I already have my hits, and we would have to check each hit and filter it out by like normal dot product. Is this a possible floor, basically? But that's what this function could do. But this is only returning a single hit, so I'd have to do something that pretty much would iterate over those hits and compare whether or not the normal of the floor is upward. But let me look at this trace though. Please don't be fucking stupid fucking. It is. God damn it, bro. It's doing that fucking weird shit, man. Okay, that's fine. We don't need that anyways. It's not important. It's literally just checking for. Eventually, I will have the sphere cast for certain things, but I gotta double check. Do they floor sweep to get? Yeah, they do right here. They do the floor sweep here. But even then, we still know all the hits. So like, if I'm let's say this is a stair, or yeah, let's say this is a stair, and then my character is walking, and then this is the ground. This is the ground level. If my character bumps into this, that will generate a hit, and we can basically grab the contact point of that hit. But that's another thing that's kind of weird. If we grab the contact point of this hit, I'm wondering, I guess we would get the ground, we would get the last known ground, and then check the distance between these two. But it's really not the distance, it's the we need to know this point right here. So if we hit right here, we need to take the ground and find this point right here, because this is the distance off of the ground. But realistically, not necessarily. That's unnecessary. So we know where the ground Z is, and we know where this Z is. That is the distance from the ground, basically. So we would just multiply this. We would just multiply this position times the up vector of our body, and then that should give us like the height of it off the ground. Okay, I think I got a lot of things in my mind that could be whatchamacallit. We need to. What the fuck is this? Where's this at? Okay. I feel like we should rename that, but okay. All right, so let's do this the right way. We need to grab our U bullet physics world subsystem pointer. You didn't steal any of those courses? Good on you, man. Good on you, man. But you pay for college though. Don't wait. Did you pay for college? If you didn't pay for college, holy fuck, your country is winning. I mean, I didn't pay for college, but I do remember taking out my greed back when I first started college. Actually, it wasn't greed. When I first got out of the military, there was a small window of time where my money was fucked. You know, I'm no longer getting my military paycheck, and we were moving from Mississippi back to Texas. You know, I still have car payment, motorcycle payment. I want to say our house. No, we sold our house before we moved. So we didn't have to pay for like the mortgage and shit while we were in Texas. But yeah, there was a moment, and of course, you know, moving into an apartment requires upfront costs and all that shit. So there was a moment where my money was low, and I was doing some stupid things, and I took out the loan for for financial aid, even though I didn't need it to pay for school. It was just to have extra money in my pocket, and now I owe that money. You know what I mean? So yeah. I ultimately do have to pay money for, I'm using air quotes, college. Yeah, I paid for my college because my mom has 2 houses and 2 cars. Otherwise, I would have had free college. Oh, it's because your mom is balling the out, you had to pay for college. Wow. That is actually trash. But yeah, that's how it is here too, though. If you have like a decent income, you can't get a FAFSA or whatever it is. But I know if I was able to get FAFSA every year I was in school, holy fuck, I would be successful right now, because I think that shit is like $4,000 net every semester. Do you understand how much money $4,000 is for a frugal person who literally, like, I just put my money in my savings account and into like investment accounts, well, nowadays. But back then I would have had way more money to flip than I did. So I'll probably be well off right now because things were going right before they went wrong. Jesus Christ. I probably would have been 1,000 there, like a six figure type of digits in the bank account. Probably would have ended up, being a Rico in the future. Probably would end up running into a Rico, but damn, I'd be damned if I wouldn't be balling right now. Okay, we need to grab our hits from here, which I don't think I made a function for that. Well, I think I did. Get all hits. And we're going to make this a copy, because we don't know if this is going to it shouldn't change while we're iterating over it. But we just want to be safe here. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit fucking sketchy right here, man. Here's where it gets sketchy. So this hit event has every component pair, essentially. It basically creates a pair, and it creates the data that's necessary for a hit result. We need to know, and what, yeah. So yeah, what we need to know is if the impact normal of that hit. Well, first we need to filter by our component. First off, we only want to get the hit that's, you know, from our component. I might turn this into a custom type so that I could have helper functions built inside. Yeah, I'm making a bank now so that I can spend my time coding my game for a good while. So you saying you're saving money, or what do you mean by that? Making a bank? Are you saying you're making bank now, like you're making a lot of money now so that you can spend your time coding your game later? I'm trying to get to that point. I probably got one big chunk of money coming, and then I'm literally like gasping for fucking air until one of these places hire me, and I haven't heard anything from them, which is kind of scary. I haven't heard anything from Obsidian. I haven't heard anything from Riot Games, which is kind of, scary, because if I don't get the job in the summer, I gotta do like some weird job, and when I say weird, I'm thinking like, a regular job. I haven't worked a regular job, and I wouldn't call the military a regular job. So I literally haven't worked a regular job since like 2014. It's been fucking 12 years since I've worked an actual like go clock in job, like go clock in, clock out type of job. Military is not like that. The military is a lifestyle that you have to adopt a new lifestyle, and you basically are getting paid to live that lifestyle. But it is a job. It's a salary job essentially. So I could say I haven't worked a real job since 2018. So even then, it's been 8 years of me just doing what I do now. Not 8 years, but it's been 8 years of me not having to clock in somewhere. Oops. All right, let's iterate over these. So basically, if e dot self component is not equal to our updated component, where are these at? Continue. We don't even care about this. So basically, if we get here, we're trying to set the last floor result to this floor result. So how does this get populated? So this writes to this floor result. It says the blocking hits, whether the floor is walkable, the floor distance, and then the hit result. So that's there is a lot of stuff in here that could be used, like stuff like this. Pretty much all of this could be used. So yeah, if we get here, we need to construct a hit result from this event. Make sure that the object stored in the hit result is a root object. We can't do this, can we? This physics object, yeah, this won't exist. So we don't need this. Don't know what this is for. Take a look at it in a second. Okay, the walkable floor is, it has the same up vector. So basically walkable is equal to E dot impact normal that might actually be wrong. I think the impact normal is calculated from the thing that is hit. And then fully actually, I think it's calculated from the thing that got hit back to the center of the thing that hit. So let's do dots. Yeah, the up direction greater than or equal to. And I think this is actually like something that they, what the hell is this? You know what? This is easier. So we can do this. I let your body decide is good for you. Already folding for you. Okay, so we need to make a hit result here. Let's see how that's done real quick too. I let your body decide. Okay, let's do a function here, just a little helper for girl, you got me sprung, but I'm not number one now. Oh, well, no. Maybe I don't know. Well, I think you got me sprung. No, I'm not number one now. I'm too young for you, but not young enough to do what I do. Now ain't that the truth? Girl, I think you got me strong. No, I'm not number one, no. Okay, we still need self. Oh, baby. Yeah. Don't try to play me, girl. Don't try to play me, girl. Who can you tell me what you got on with you? It's easy to do. afraid that I won't need you, baby. Oh, yeah. What I do when I do. Keep it real with me. Don't try to play me, girl, because you want it hurt. What you got on? Happy New Year's, cuz. Happy belated. Oh, what's up, Frank? Sorry, I just looked over there at the chat. Are you afraid that I won't need? How you living, dog? This could probably be static. Yeah. This could be a reference. Baby, I'm not strong enough. Okay. So yeah, this is equal to our U bullet physics world subsystem dot construct hit result with this event, and then we could take this and rename it. Params dot up direction, params dot max walk, slope cosine. I mean, these are probably like settings. They're not. I feel like they are. They have to get this from somewhere. The params. Where are we at? So yeah, this is get max walk slope. Jesus Christ. Cosine comes from the settings pointer. Get this guy. I'm just going to take this function. Character movement mode. Oh, nice. Okay, that's actually a good addition. So you just have a bunch of functions that are character specific. It just kind of sucks to do that, but I do understand it. It does make it closer to the CMC. If you look at this, like get max speed, override max speed, clear, get acceleration. Like these functions are really similar to the CMC. Fam good, kid good, can't ask for more. Hope all is well. That's good to hear, man. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. Just trying to finish out what I set out to do. See what it does for my life. If it doesn't change it, shit, keep going. Maybe I got a couple ideas that I want to try out. If it does change it, keep going. I got a couple more ideas I want to try out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to say character, but you know what? I'm not against it. I'm actually not against it. It's just I do feel some of these functions could be. I'm just gonna put it in a base physics mode, bro. That's what I'm gonna do. It's not gonna be necessarily like all about characters, because you might want to have like a ball. Like when I'm thinking about like my basketball that's going to be moving like this, it will have a max speed, so I think I should have a base, and then I should have a character base, and then derive the ones I'm working on now from the character base. So we'll make a base physics or bullet physics movement mode, and then we'll have some of the more generic functions on this, and then we'll have a bullet character or bullet physics character movement mode. All right, and then we can just snatch some of these functions that exist over here in this this guy, like max speed, override max speed, acceleration, like stuff like that is that's like that could be used for anything. I think they should be public too. And I understand the API shit, but it's pretty much useless for me. Oh shit. Huh. So they have a base, probably have a base chaos. Yeah, this probably has that in the base. Radial force limit, torque twist limit, swing torque limit, character main upright, target height override. So yeah, we'll add that to the character. Oh baby. Modify contacts, update constraint settings. I don't think I really care about those two. Get should character remain upright. Okay, we'll remove these. And take the character, derive this from U bullet physics movement mode. Yep. And this actually needs to be no. What is this? What is the base type? Base movement mode. Alright, cool. Don't try to blame me, girl. Yeah, we should make these abstract, right? Yeah. Copy this right here, pretty much. I think the child classes inherit this part. I want to say they inherit that. Jesus. What I do, what I do. Okay, let's take a look at what we should steal from here. Should character remain upright? That's already decided in the settings. But I guess if you wanted to change something like this at runtime, you could technically. So like if you did want a movement mode to keep your character, or if you wanted a movement mode to rotate your character, you could change that at runtime. So we'll end up taking that too. Now, I don't know what these constraints are. Should enable constraint. I don't know what that is. But we do want these things. And we probably want that set. I'm gonna pretty much take all of these. And now the settings, I don't know if those settings work for fucking I don't know how good they work for whatchamacallit, for bullet. Girl, you got me, bro. Girl, I need you. How you man, how your man treat you. He can do it for you like I do. Say you wanna leave, give him like a key. You don't want your shawty no more. Turn around. to my heart's door. Until I let you through. Oops. Okay, we get rid of these. Actually, what? How are those not overrides? Oh, baby. What is this? Override max speed. Oh shit, that doesn't exist. Wait, am I high? No, get max speed, clear max speed. There is no override. So we'll put that on the base class. What the fuck? Okay, these two need to go to the fucking base class. Not sure how I didn't get those though. Why you get afraid that I'm the one you need? Yeah, how did I not get those? Did I grab these? I think so. Alright, I'm gonna take these settings because they might make some kind of difference for me here. Like I said, I pretty much wanted to mimic what the chaos was doing, since it is doing the physics-based movement. We're just trying to do it through bullet. I would say that this would be in here. What I do when I do. What is this? Override to 0 when moving. So we got some friction settings. Allows the mode to override friction on collision with other physics bodies. And by default, it's set to override to 0 when moving. You got always override to 0, override to 0 when moving, and do not override. So I'm gonna take this, and it looked like this was on the character movement mode class, so we'll put it here too. I'm gonna just call this I feel like you can put this on more than just the character, if I'm being honest. Because I can see that for a ball. I can see that for a moving platform. Yeah, I don't see that just being a character thing. Matter of fact, we can move this variable to geez. We move this variable to the base class. We don't need any of these deprecated shits. One could say that this should only be on the physics movement, to be honest with you. Okay. Character movement mode interface. Holy shit. Ah, that's where this comes from. It's an interface. So you can pretty much convert any movement mode to a chaos movement mode if you have these functions, basically. You still have to do some work, so I don't understand the reason behind making it a interface. If you still have to link the code to this shit, it doesn't like automatically do shit for you. It just has a bunch of getters. But I guess some things are searching for that specific thing. All right. Let's take a look at the get max speed. It looks pretty, like these functions look pretty straightforward. I'm still gonna copy them though. What is this? See, we don't use constraints. So maybe these will be useless to me. But I do think that, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure fucking Bullet has something similar to this. I think what classifies as a constraint is just basic. It's just settings. It looks like it's basically just the settings for how the body should move. That's what it looks like, at least. All right, hold on. I think that might be useless to me. We're gonna take this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna just grab all of these. This is on the character. Actually got a couple of these here. I don't know what that was. Somebody in my backyard. Ah, Jesus. Come on, dude. Know what the fuck going on in one log. Okay, we don't have this variable, whatever it is. To do what I do, I do. Ooh, 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 ooh. So these are overrides, but I don't see like the base implementation. So there is this. And then this doesn't even call the super, so I don't even know if there's anything there. Yeah, this doesn't have anything on it. I think this is literally coming from the fucking interface. And that's it. But it's not strictly characters for me, so then say set max speed. Why is there an override though? I don't know. Some of these functions feel redundant. If there's an override acceleration, isn't that doing the same thing as set acceleration? I feel like this just might be. Well, I could see it. You can set this directly, and then if you set the override and then it exists, it'll override whatever you set here. And then if you clear the override, it'll just use the default value, I guess. But who knows? Who knows? It's not clear. Let's take a look at this fucking max speed override or whatever. Where's this at? Here? Wait, why is... okay. This is something I think I put on a character. Yeah. Flat. And so here we're doing something with the character. We don't want to do this here, but I guess what ours would be the common, the bullet, bullet, common, these guys. Isn't there already a variable for that? It might be private. Shared settings classes, nope. Are you afraid that I'm the one you need? Okay. What is this? Like, what are they doing there? Shared settings pointer equals shared settings dot get. Yeah, most movement modes have this, the common shared settings. Why doesn't this have that? This doesn't know anything, actually. This doesn't probably know the mover component or anything. Oh, it does. This is an array, though. Yeah, I think this is an array. The easiest thing to do would be to have a const pointer to the settings, but it just I don't know if that feels right. Okay. You can call this also define shared settings. Is this a new character? Oh no, this is okay. That's not in there. This should be in here though. I did have these. Okay, I am making some mistakes here. Bear with me. So these need to go up to the character since they are character specific. Private. Okay, so we actually don't want to override this. We're fine with the one that exists. We don't want to override that either, I think. I think the child class does this fine. Override acceleration, probably be const. And then clear and set are the two that I'm missing. I don't even know if these were. Looks like they only exist in the walking mode, maybe. Oh, thank you. Jesus Christ. Okay. Does this override this shit? The clear and set? Doesn't look like it. This looks like it's like the most straightforward mode ever. This should be available. It might be a part of the settings, yeah. Do we have the shared settings here? We don't. We need to just go ahead and grab them right here, I guess. So technically, I believe they were using something from, if I'm not mistaken, they're using something from the sync state. Just in case that this changes, but I don't really care too much about that. At least not right now. And so this is supposed to be the params location. What is that filled in by? Params.location. I don't even see that getting filled. Oh, that's the wrong params. Follow it. Location is this guy. Okay. Should have guessed that. Should have guessed it. I had to make sure though. Fallen. So this is actually the start sync state to get world get location. Delta position, and then it's query radius. Realistically, this is the size of our. Since we didn't do a query, this is kind of weird. Update the ground distance based on the slope. If you're on the slope, the query might hit an edge. Rather than directly under the capsule, move back to the start location. So I'm thinking what we should do here is actually use the capsule radius, but we don't know what that value is. We do know the rigid body, like we could get the right, this has a fucking, if I'm not mistaken, this looked like it had a, yeah. So this rigid body, if it's valid, fuck. That's the thing. We don't know what the radius of the shape is unless we store that somewhere. So we could store it. Yeah, I could store it inside of the where would I store that at though? I probably could store it inside of the user pointer. Yeah, I could have that stored inside of the user pointer. Store these like that, and then essentially whenever we create the shape, I'm gonna plug this code in real quick to this mode real quick. But yeah, we can get the rigid body, and if we don't have that return, this can be consts, and then if our rigid body doesn't have a user pointer, which it should, we need to, well, let's just go ahead and then we want to get the f const f user User data. Just delta position. That's probably the starting position plus the proposed minus the proposed, or the proposed minus the starting, maybe. Taking a guess. The delta is the linear velocity. What the fuck? It's the linear velocity times delta time. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. We did all this so we can set the last fucking floor, man. Did all that so we can do this. So we would want to break out of this loop if we do find the component that is equal to our component. Got our hit result, pass that in, do what we need to make a floor result out of that, edit the floor result, floor distance. There might be more data to this floor result that we need to update. All right. So that is how our fallen mode will fan the floor. What's wrong with you? Nope, don't do that. Oh shit, you can't call that right there. You literally can only call that if the sim board exists. All right, cool. So now we can focus on this fucking walking mode a little bit. Now that our fallen mode, I should probably test if that's fine on the floor, to be honest. So I need more folders. I get lost in the sauce when I'm looking at that. Okay, again, let's just take a look at these. Get acceleration, I think, is already here. Set acceleration seems to be like, you know, something straightforward. But it's always good to look at the reference. So set acceleration, which is basically supposed to be override acceleration. I guess they just don't fucking care about that function. I know it's on the this guy. This, oh no, it's not. The fuck? Where the hell did I get the whatchamacallit acceleration function from? The set acceleration. I guess that doesn't exist. Yeah, I might have miscopied some shit. Oh, you know what? It's it's because I did this. I replaced override with nothing, and then that's why I just had fucking acceleration right there. Okay, that makes sense now. Let's go back to this guy and get acceleration. Probably still needs to be overridden. But yeah, this yeah, these two were like this actually. Okay. Sweet. Let's close that for a bit. Go to the character mode. We have get acceleration, which I don't know if we need to fucking override that. Yeah. Just get rid of that. And let's look for this set target height joint. Set target height, clear target height override, set query radius override, and then clear query radius override. These, in my mind, they kind of force you into a shape, which I don't want to do. I don't want to force the players into a shape. If you want to use the fucking sphere, you can. If you want to use a box, you can. Capsule does make the most sense, but hey. I feel like today I'm moving slow, man. Character owner. Oh shit. See, look, this is never good. A character, bro. Why are they even trying to consider the character? The character has a fucking CMC. Why would I ever mess with this? Okay, and then down here, like I said, this is forcing you into the capsule shape if you are a character. I don't understand why they're doing that though. Okay. I guess now we can start working on the walking mode, like actually. A lot of these functions probably don't need to exist. This doesn't need to exist. All right. Here we go. So we got some ground damping, some friction force limits. So there are some specific settings here. Modifying contacts, I don't think that'll matter. We do want to know if we can step up on hit surface, and this get floor and check movement, we'll have to create a version of that as well. But for now, we'll just go ahead and grab these puppies. I don't think there was a turn generator at all. If I'm not mistaken, there's no turn generator here. Yeah, so we can get rid of that concept altogether. Just do this. We do need this though. But maybe this won't use the base settings. Here, let's I'm gonna follow it to the T, and then I'll start making like tweaks whenever we get to that point. All right. Like I said, I don't think these actually affect bullet, but I could try to find the equivalent of them. The most important thing is probably this function right here. I'm still not 100% certain I need to do this yet. I don't want to deal with water. These inputs though, man, I have to read and see what they're doing. I'm pretty sure they generate that sweep, the stuff that you need for the sweep. Let's start with this thing. So these do need to be constructed. All right, these need to do something similar to what's already happening in like this. Where's it at? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's something similar in this. Is it lazy of me to copy and paste all this? I don't think so. All right, so leave that, and then we have the implementation of this fucking get floor and check movement function. Is there a way to do this without tracing, baby? it does this sweep. It literally creates this sweep to create a floor result. If we make a helper function to create a floor result from our component, like we just go through all the gathered hits for that frame and find the floor and make a floor result like we did in the last function, or like the last class. See, this is where I think that concept won't work, because basically they sweep for the floor and it's expecting that the floor, well, actually, if we have a walkable floor, we return. So if we don't have a walkable floor, we do another sweep and we look for a walkable floor here. So wait, we hit something but not walkable. Try a new query to find a walkable surface. Collision should prevent movement. Just try to find ground at start of movement. If we're not moving, this should be checked first, shouldn't it? Like, why would we do this? Why would we do all these fucking queries if we're not moving? Fuck it. I wouldn't do any of these sweeps if we ain't moving. We just gonna fucking return anyways. We never update the floor, so it's pretty much pointless to it's pretty much pointless to do this. It's pretty much pointless to do all those traces if we're fucking not moving. This function is long as fuck. I don't want to do the traces. You know, this has a debug that I could look at. Chaos, mover, debug, draw. Draw ground queries. Yeah, okay. I got a project that I could test and see what this fucking secondary query looks like. Let's take a look at it, man. Hey, baby girl. I wanted to sing you some drama from today, but I'll talk about it when you get home. Is this thing gonna open? Oh, it already did. Lord have mercy. All right, mover examples. Let's go into this physics map. Is this the right map? And then we want to go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was doing the test here to see how many how many milliseconds it was costing for this thing. Okay, so I want to do ground traces. Oh, geez. Set this to 1. And then... Hey. 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 I don't see the queries. Oh, this is a Boolean? Am I supposed to set this to true? I don't see the ground queries at all. Maybe that's not a... No, that's a chaos palm. Okay. I was hoping to see what that secondary trace to trace for the fucking whatchamacallit look like. But if you think about it, basically I think what happens is it traces for a floor. So right now we're doing like a sphere trace, I think. It's hard to say though. It only happens when we're moving too. That's the thing. It's like when we're stationary, it's not doing anything. Actually, if I was debugging this code, I would see a breakpoint right here. We would be hitting this breakpoint. See, this is the thing about not doing a trace is that the reason. Wait, no. See, this would be the floor. That kind of feels weird. It gets the first blocking, which would be the floor if that's what we're on. So I don't know how it does this right here. When we get to this point, it doesn't step up on it. Now, I want to see if we can do that without fucking doing a trace. I feel like I can, because it's really just calculating like the distance. Well, like I said, if I don't trace, I don't trace for that staircase. If I'm just going off the contacts, which Oh, that sucks. I gotta stop thinking about it. I just gotta do it. To be honest with you, that's the only way I'm gonna like get past it. And then I can do my own traces and shit. So yeah, we need. What are they using these params for? Collision response params, collision query params. These are all for the trace. So I don't really care too much about that. Yeah, that's all just for the trace. So we can get a floor result from like a custom function. Let's just make one inside of the subsystem. Drama. I just saw you put that. Yeah, somebody hit me up on the messages telling me that I should drop the studio from my Instagram name because I'm not a studio. You should see all the head movement that I'm doing, so yeah. But just imagine me. You know how I enact people's emotional state. But yeah, some guy was like, you should remove the studio from your name. You're not a studio. You just an indie dev. I'm like, I mean, two things could be true, bro. Two things could be true. I could be a studio and an indie dev at the same time. And this is a person who's this is what I don't understand about people. And humans are so quick to burn bridges, bro. It don't make no sense how quick a motherfucker is to burn a bridge. Like as soon as I said no, nigga, like, nah, fuck, nah. You should just eat a dick, basically. Basically, what this motherfucker said to me. You should just remove studio from your name, niggas. You not a studio. All right. Why'd you say that? Why is that like a thing? Like, why is that where you go? You could have just left the conversation alone. You could have said, okay, thanks. But no, you said the first thing that comes to your head. You can't say the first thing that comes to your head when you're dealing with business stuff like that, bro. Like you can't get emotional when people are handling their business. Like I'm literally saying, no, I don't want to take on any more projects. I just want to focus on my project and see what it could do for me. That has nothing to do with you. That's a completely that's all about what I'm going through. But somehow you take it personal and you get emotional about it. And you say some off the wall shit like, well, you should take the studio out your name because you're not even really a studio. You just an indie dev. Okay. Now I know how you get when you don't get your way. You try to throw low blows. Okay. Understood. When you don't get your way, you throw low blows. Why would I ever want to work with a fucking person like that? And it's sad that I know you do like hiring at your job, baby girl. It's sad that people are like that. They just hide that. They hide that shit. When they go into a place where they got to sit down and do an interview face to face, they hide that shit. And that's why I don't trust nobody, because I know people hide who they really truly are. Nobody is just like straight up. I know that because I'm not straight up with people. Like I try to keep things PC, but that's not how I really am. But online, I'm trying to keep things like respectable. But I'm also not out here burning bridges and shit. Like, nah, fuck you. Especially if I'm coming to a person and asking them for, like, I'm asking you for help. What the fuck do I look like getting mad that you say no? I might tell you, Sonia, oh, this motherfucker don't want to help me. But I'm not going to sit there and tell them some bullshit. Like, I'm just going to be like, all right, bet, thanks. Thanks for getting back, because that's how far that conversation should go. because in the future, that person might be willing to help me. We don't want this to be blueprint callable. Actually, just be down here. I'm a one-man army, motherfucker. That's what I would say to that guy. See, that's where you fuck up right there. That's where you fuck up, brother. All right. No, I'm not telling him that. Why would I say that to him? It's just gonna ignite his anger, and then he's gonna be like, people praying on your downfall, like people speaking your downfall into existence. I think that shit actually works. You know what I mean? That's why so many rappers die, or they go broke, or like everything goes bad for, like, not many rappers keep a positive forward life if they're one of those people that are like, everybody hate me, everybody out to get me, fuck these, you know what I'm saying, fuck them, the ops. That most of those people, they die, they go broke, or they fall out of relevance like quickly, or they go to jail. So like, and you can think that there's a bunch of people praying on that person's downfall. So somebody answering those prayers, somebody's doing it. And I don't want people praying on my downfall just because they fucking emotional about some shit. Hey, what's wrong with you? Oh, I know. I know why you tripping. You're just out here praying on my downfall because I've should I make a let me think about this. Oh, god damn it. I can't put it in here. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it. I forgot about that. Let's do it on this base. Let's do it here. It'll just be something that we have here. Oops. Essentially what I want this to do is what I was doing over here. This is a floor check. Rappers are not exactly a lifestyle that will get you far if you aren't smart about it. I know, that's what I'm saying. And a lot of people want to see you fail. Something I noticed while I was doing music. A lot of people just want you to fail. I don't know why. It's just how they are. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid anything that is anything even like a smidge of a reference close to that kind of life. Where people are hating. Like, I know you can't avoid people hating on you. Like, that's just something you can't avoid. But I could reduce. There's no get world here. Wait, what? The fuck? Ah, let's make this like this. But yeah, I can reduce the amount of hate that I have to deal with. Yeah. I don't know what this guy's aim is when he's talking to me, but he's definitely not making a good impression. I'd say that. Like, it just doesn't. It don't add up. I think these could all be const. Yeah, it ain't adding up, man. It make no sense. Like I said, I would never burn a bridge with somebody who maybe I'll pass in the starting location and proposed velocity. We'll pass those in delta time. Yeah, I don't think burning bridges is the way we want to go here. Definitely want to. You gotta look at potential partnerships like a job interview. You don't want to just throw everything out the window on the first time. Like, if a job don't hire you, you don't pull up to the job and say, well, y'all shouldn't say y'all hiring then. You just take that on the chin and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? You don't make it a personal thing. Because then when they are looking for you, you done already burnt that bridge. And now look at you. Missed an opportunity. This could be static. Oh, it could be const. Okay. Okay, so now we can use this here instead of this. We call floor check. Oh, but we need a lot of other stuff. We need our starting sync state, get world or get location in world space, our proposed moves, linear velocity, and then we need our step, our time step dot step times 0.01f, and then we need to Okay, cool. And now we can easily use that in other places. So yeah, I did all that to do. Yeah, let's fucking close other. Open up the walk-in joint again. And knowing that we want to do a get floor check and movement, we pretty much could just use our function now. We don't really need to do this. There's some things that we need to do in here, like this type of stuff. So we'll still call this function, but we'll use our floor check function. And that means we don't need that part right there. I might have to come back and update this function whenever I do start adding like this data to the sync state, start worrying about the multiplayer side. But right now I'm just trying to get the functionality to work. I don't even know if we need, oh yeah, we do need that. Is that in line? I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy the layout of this so I could see what we need to replace. Like I said, I think that if you're not moving, this needs to happen first. This is an easy time saver. Like, why the fuck would I ever do anything else underneath this if we're not moving? But I guess you would only want to do this after you found the floor. But if it's the same floor, I guess you would. No, I mean, if you think about it, if I'm moving, I will be constantly updating the floor. If I stop where I'm at, I would have sent the update of that floor already. So there's like no reason to ever run any of this code. This vector padding, I don't care about that because that's just for the sweep. And then basically, where are they keeping this floor result out? This out floor result. What the fuck is that out? Oh, that's supposed to be this guy. Okay. So yeah, essentially all this could be converted to our floor check function here. Get our sync state dot get location. We want to get our proposed moves linear velocity, and then we want to get our delta seconds, and we want to put in the floor result here. Boom. Then we could just boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Smash that one. So this does another sweep, which it looks like it's trying to sweep bigger, but realistically it's sweeping smaller. So we hit something, but it's not walkable. Try to find a new query. Try a new query to find a walkable surface. So the step block height is get target height minus the pawn's collision half height plus the default sim inputs pawn collision radius. The step height is equal to this target height minus the floor result distance. If this is greater than this, we want to sweep with a smaller trace, which doesn't make sense to me. This is literally a smaller sphere trace. But in my mind, I think if we get here, we should sweep, but maybe not. I'm not 100% sure on that. But let's start replacing these things here. So this found outward direction, that might be something that has to be updated. Let's get the easy ones first. All right. So yeah, this is just half height. What I could do is get the user data from the updated component, which we don't have access to, but we have the function for the mover component, so we can get mover components. Oh, bitch. I'm hungry. I almost feel like I should pass the user data into this function, but I don't know if that's... Well, technically, the user data should be... Everybody should have that data, and it should be static, too. So it doesn't have to be serialized. So I think I might actually pass a pointer to the user data into this, just so I don't have to get it every time. Stop being lazy. Isn't this dumb? It does a delta position of f vector 0. So that would mean, where would that be at? Yeah, essentially we would just do another floor check here, but instead of passing it this, we pass it f vector 0. So we know. Okay, we'll go ahead and get the mover component here as well. So I'll just do it up here. So here we want to say get up direction. And then this is where it gets kind of weird because we're changing the query radius, which I don't really care about, but we're setting the query radius to 0. So this should be a ray trace. And then it's set as a 0.25 of the ground query radius, which is an even smaller trace. So it just does like a more, it starts big, goes 7.525. So I actually don't get why there's so many, whatchamacallits. We only have to do one check here because we only want to worry about this. We don't change the radius, so it's like literally no reason to do both of these checks. So that's what the function could look like. I don't know if it's right though. I don't need to do this anymore. Pretty much this whole function is probably useless. Except for like the data. So it looks like this is trying to find a floor, which is not good. We'll let this happen. But it might be, yeah, it might be different from I'm saying we'll let it happen, but this is actually doing something different anyways. Okay, well, we just want to follow the layout of this. We don't actually care about the naming. I am hungry. Yeah, I almost feel like I could just paste this somewhere down here. Let's take a look. So we check if we're exceeding max speed. Did we check for that here? Geez. No, it doesn't look like we checked for whether or not we're exceeding max speed. All right, like I said, I'm gonna just follow it to the T, and then improve it. So yeah, this is what would be the input data, but I'm not sure if we need that quite just yet. Not sure what that's used for. What the fuck? Didn't I get this from the walk-in mode? That's why it doesn't use the. It doesn't. The reason it's doing that is because it doesn't want to get the pointer to the mover component to stay thread safe. So like when it does stuff like this, it's only because it doesn't want to do anything that's like against thread safety. I think we already have this stuff up top. So we're pretty much doing this already. We have this already. I don't know if we're doing apply gravity to orientation. Yes, we are. We have that. We do have ground move params, which means that all of this is being done. We can check the friction stuff. Looks like the friction is being done right there. So we don't check if it's exceeding max speed. Oh, right here, yeah, we do. So yeah, this is gone. Boom. And then they do some kind of okay, so in here, this is where we get our U bullet physics world subsystem. Okay, so if we have that subsystem, we should clear about the water result. We want to get the user data for our updated component. Holy. Okay. I should probably add some to-dos so that I do this water shit later. Let me think here. We need our user input, and I don't think that I have a function to get the user data. So I'm gonna make that because it'll just be easier. Is there already? I feel like I already have a function like this here. What the? Where's my mouse at? There it is. I could have sworn I had something that I have a static function actually. I think the gatherer. Oh, one of these gets the user data. I can't remember. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You understand what I want to do here because I've done it multiple times. So, I mean, basically, we just want to get the rigid body. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a rigid body, does it? Not in this case. Okay. By the way, check Discord for the demo about the movement. Yeah, I looked at it and it looks like you sent me the whole project. Upload that shit. Upload a video to YouTube. The hell? I'm not downloading the project. What's wrong with you, dude? Okay, like I said, copying the way that this is done, but changing the call sites to something that fits mover. I mean, bullet. I don't understand 100% the constraints just yet. Here, we only want to delete. We probably only want to delete like up to here, maybe. A lot of this stuff is probably duplicated. So like this type of stuff. I think we already do this kind of early out up here. No, we don't. We check it, but we don't early out because of it. Don't care about you. I started compiling in 11K shaders, so I closed and sent this. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck that, bro. I'm not compiling it. If you got a 5080, I told you my motherfucking graphics card is about to die. I think if I compile shaders again, it might blow up. Okay, so one thing they do is they set the output state, which is here. They set the output state equal to the input state just in case we can't find a output sync state is equal to the starting sync state. We don't need this. Okay. We don't probably need this. I think we already do this up here. This find floor function does a sweep, bro. I think. Compute floor distance, and then it does a sweep. I'm a... We're going to remove this sweep. Okay, so this gravity is the gravity inside of the options. This is like the gravity vector, I want to say. This might be a float though. I think this is a vector and then this is a float. Let me correct the things that actually matter though. So this computes ground local velocity internal. One fucking function that gets the particle handle from the floor result. It gets the transform of the rigid body. Creates an offset, which is the position minus the location. Offset minus equals the offset projected on the normal, and then the ground velocity equals the rigid body, which is the floor, get velocity or get V, I'm guessing that's velocity, and then get W. What the fuck? So get the velocity, and then you get the W again. What is W? And then you get the cross product of that against the offset. We can mimic this with I don't have a subsystem. Okay, this is a little different actually. Hold on. Because they get it from the floor result. I would guess that they use like the hit result. Nope, just fucking get in the physics object and using that to return the rigid particle based off of the physics object. So if in our hit result we know what the hit component is, we could use that. So I'm gonna make a function inside of here that gets the we'll get the rigid body in this case. We'll get the collision shape in this case. And then this will take in a const f hit result. I would think that there would be a function on here. Here, I can do this. Let's do this then. Oh, this is a fucking whatchamacallit, float. Yeah, that doesn't have gravity in it, only the rigid body does. We need to do this. We need to just do this right after we get the floor. If we don't have this ground particle, we just need to return from this function. Something is actually wrong. And then we need a const bt rigid body pointer here to the ground body. We don't have that return, that's a problem. And then when we start doing like shit like this, like gravity, we could do bullet helpers to Unreal. And then we can say ground body gets gravity. Almost got everything. We got to do this. This compute local ground velocity. Okay, no, literally, I think the two things we need are, so this is done, like I said, they use the fucking whatchamacallit right here. This is in the sync state, and this is like data that you would give the sync state from the, it would come from the component. I sent the video on Discord. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, this would come from the component. Since it's dynamic, it would be something that was put in the sync state so it could get calculated properly. I think we can still use, for now, just to get things going, because I know I won't be doing anything crazy. Do that, and then the last thing is just this computing the local. So I'm gonna make something. Let's make a library that does this. Okay, I don't know what the equivalent of these things are. I don't think there's a get world in here either. Oh, yeah, okay. I gotta have mine because I need to access my subsystem. I think there's also a default to like a default to self that you could do for that. So yeah, I think this is get velocity. And I have no fucking idea what get W is, bro. Angular velocity. Should be get angular velocity. That's the good thing about most physics libraries is that I think they all use the same shit. Okay. We did all that to test and see if there's some fucking floor action happening here. And one thing I didn't check to see if they were doing that the friction where you turn off the friction of the body. I don't see where that's used at. This E friction, it's here somewhere. This thing, the friction mode. So modify contacts. Okay. Um. Okay. What is this? How's this getting called? It's getting called in a simulation. Oh, hell. So this is just a callback that happens. When it happens, we essentially change the friction of the, well, when it happens, we do a lot more than that. They do a lot more than that. Updates to filter data, all kinds of crap. But ultimately we get here, and then this would call a function to update the friction, but where though? So yeah, when this is called, we explicitly pair modifier, that looks familiar. Pair modifier. So this shouldn't be too hard to implement here. Essentially what I believe this is doing is whenever you get a hit that has a callback, that callback calls another function, that function calls this function, and then you get hit information about that. But I couldn't call that from, I wouldn't be able to call that from the subsystem because of the fact that's actually kind of ass. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily be able to call that from the subsystem because I couldn't include the movement mode. I can't cross. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't cross the two things, the two modules. So if I wanted to do something like that, I would have to have every. I would essentially have every mode bind to a delegate, and that would just be the time to update the friction on the body. But in my mind, well, yeah, it is based on the movement mode. So the only thing about that is rewinds. Like, how do you handle the rewind of that happening? But I guess every time you get a contact, if you do a rewind, you'll get the same contact. So yeah, that makes sense. So if we go, let's go here. There's no real way to fucking do that though. I guess you do it on begin play in the object, if there is a begin play function. I don't think there is. Can't do it there. You can try to do it in the constructor, but I don't know if the world would be up in the construction. Could do it here since this is not const anymore. This used to be, oh, it is const still. Yeah, I don't think you can bind to it there. Holy fuck. I'd have to do some roundabout shit where the movement component would have to bind to the delegate, and then when the delegate fires, the movement component will get the movement mode that it's in, get the settings for the you know what I'm saying. You'll get those settings for that variable, the friction variable, and then change the friction based on that. So that's not too bad. I just don't like it. Let me go to my singleton, and then let's make a. I want to just make this a multicast delegate, not one that could be bound to in whatchamacallit. I guess you wouldn't want to bind to this if this is not a physics, like if this character is kinematic. Okay, so what this looks like in the... Holy hell, there's so many of these. So they find the pairs. See, that's the thing too. We have to make sure that our component has contact. Like if our component has contact, then that's the only time we want to do this. But I think this is doing this for everything that is contacted with. No, it's only getting the contacts of this guy. But my question is, this pair modifier, what is this? Does this set the... What's the friction of the pair modifier is set to 0? I'm tired as hell. I've been doing a lot of fucking processing today. Oops, I don't want to do that. Basically, we want to find the rigid body for this guy. So the way that they handle this here is that they iterate over each contact and then they do this. They basically iterate over each contact, switch off of that enum, and then set that contact to no friction, to have no friction, if this is the case. I don't know my wife ordered anything. Oh shit, you can't change the friction here. It's just const. That's why. What's anisotropic friction? So set rolling friction. Okay, what's the difference between rolling and spinning friction? Rolling friction and spinning friction are two distinct angular resistances applied to contacts. They are often conflated, but they model different physical phenomena and are handled differently by the solver. Below is a clear, plain language explanation, followed by practical guidance for character style, rigid bodies like yours. So rolling friction is a resistance to a body rolling along a surface like a ball rolling across the floor or a wheel translating while rotating. What it fights, angular rotation that causes translation of the contact point along the surface. Intuition, even if something rolls without slipping, real materials still lose energy. Rolling friction models that energy loss. Effect, it dampens angular velocity that contributes to the rolling motion, gradually slows the rolling object even when sliding friction is zero. Couples angular motion to linear motion. Couples angular motion to linear motion through the contact restraint. I was getting fixed up because I haven't seen sliding friction before. So resistance to the body spinning in place on the contact point. Okay. Sliding friction. Okay, so this is the friction that I need to change. My thing is, when does friction get reset? I don't see anything that resets the friction. That's the crazy thing. Okay. So this is how it's reset at the end of every frame. Okay. In order to do that, we would have to do. Is this called on the? This is called on the constraint, not necessarily the body. That's another thing. I don't understand like what the constraints are in terms of like collision constraint. Like, what does that mean? I want to say it's the data is separate from this thing. One could also say that we should call the reset right here. Not here, but right before we call this in the this subsystem. there's another thing I have to do. This descriptor needs to hold. So each one of these shapes, I need to know the shape. The shape radius and the shape height. And then this way I could fill this in from here. This is kind of tough for a compound shape. For a regular shape, it's not too bad. Okay, I think we've connected all the dots here. The only thing that's missing is actually moving, which I had a setup for that inside of Blueprints, but let's just see if we get into the walking mode anyways, and then we'll go from there. It's quite a bit of code. fuck? Fucking internet people, man. All right. So something's happening here with this max step height. Oh, this is not a function. Why the fuck is that creating this issue though? Oh hell. So it did this when it tried to compile this. Have you ever had somebody volunteer to help you and they don't even show you a fucking portfolio or nothing? They just like expect you to just throw them on the project, bro. I don't know what you're capable of. Like if you're I don't understand humans, bro. If you're looking for a job, ground movement utils. If you are looking for a job, why aren't you approaching it as a damn, bro? It's because I have this here, which is fucking crazy. I bet you if I take this and put this on the fucking header file, this will compile fine, which is ass. But that doesn't make sense, actually, when you really think about it. It's probably because we didn't include the actual class for this. No, we have it right here. What the fuck? It's kind of weird, man. I still don't know why it's doing that. Why whenever I have something in my .cpp file, it geeks out. Bro, just this thing having a .cpp file does that, bro. The crazy thing is that I don't even see me. Like we call in to get world transform. What blows my mind is that you know what it probably is? It's probably because in Bullet Mover we do have Bullet. But we don't have the bullets. We have this. Yeah, see, that doesn't make a difference. This looks sick. Holy, that's crazy. So even with the network broadcast, even with it replicating that's happening in fucking multiplayer, and it's not even taking. Okay, it's taking like half of a millisecond to right there. That's where most of the cost will be. The cost to fucking whatchamacallit, to broadcast it. But that should be cheap if you're using whatchamacallit. But yeah, that's not bad, bro. 100 for fucking. I saw the highest number I saw was like 1.7. It's crazy. Holy sh. All right, I know the problem, but I do want to fix this because I mean, going forward, most of us use .cpp files. There's always some bug holding me up, like towards the end of my day. Extends my fucking day by an hour or two. I've already gone 6 hours and I said I was gonna max at 6. All right. Okay, looks like that is done. Just came back from a win in CS2. What's the progress? Get playing CS:GO. I think I got everything set up to test now, like test the movement. I am doing traces, so I do expect my frame time to go up. Oh, and the reason why it takes 1 millisecond why there's no client connected is because the net broadcast time increases. So if you're replicating that movement, the server has to spend the time broadcasting that. So the more players connected, the higher that time is going to go up, because the server has to go through that and it has to broadcast the state of whatever is in that player's net call range. But like I was saying when I was talking earlier, you weren't here. I was saying that since you're using replication graph, that might go down, because the server will only have to replicate so many bodies, like so many players to so many AI bodies to so many players. It won't actually have to you won't have to do like in the test case is like the worst case scenario where all 100 are being replicated to you basically. But yeah, that's the reason why that happens. Server doesn't have anybody to tell that to when there's nobody connected. All right, so the other day I got rid of my movement input. I kind of forgot what that code looked like too. So let me add that back to input producer or something like that. There we go. Fuck, I forgot the name of this function. Add to collection or something like that. Add data to collection. Yeah, but I think the movement logic is solid. Yeah, for sure. It's that's actually like mind blowing. 1.7 for 100. It's gonna be a good time. But let's just see if we get into the walk-in mode without crashing. We don't. So there's nothing to tell us that we've switched modes. So yeah, usually that would happen in like somewhere in here where you would trigger the next move if there was a floor. But I don't know if Chaos does it differently. Chaos didn't have that. You see here. It goes in and tries to find the floor, but it doesn't do anything with that floor. It's so it does it like this. And it does it like this because it fucking it's asynchronous. So it has to do things off of the main thread. Like since the modes run off of the main thread, they can't talk to the game thread, basically. Like, or since the physics simulation runs off of the game thread, it runs on the async thread, it can't directly access the mover pointer to trigger a delegate. So that's why they do it with the events. They inside the physics thread, they populate that event array, and then in the network prediction services, it runs that post simulation tick. That function gets called, and then those events get processed, and then that's how you swap to a landed mode. So you call on landed.broadcast, on jump.broadcast. So I don't know who's bound to this on landed joint here. But yeah, here we go. Movement mode change data. It finds the movement mode of the previous mode name. It gets the pointer to that. It says if this exists and it supports async, deactivate external. And then if the mode change, the new mode is not equal to none, go ahead and activate external. But in our case, I feel like we can just do a transition. So like when we're falling, there's a transition that tries to find, well, that would kind of be ass. Like we literally could make it to where we'll try to fall here. And where's it at? So here, if our last and we find the floor in the generate move. So if we have a last floor, if we have a valid last floor, we need to swap movement modes before we even do any of this. But I think that we should just do it like this, to be honest with you. Instead of doing, we just do this. Oh, I'm feeling it, dude. I'm starting to feel it. Uh-oh. This is not happening. That's not good. If our floor check doesn't find the floor, that's gonna be a problem. Oh hell. Oh hell. Come on, dude. Okay, I'm gonna do this for Oh, hell. So this is empty. That's part of the problem. So let's look at step physics. This is literally not gathering any hits. The fuck? How? Then my rigid body, this should be my ground. I don't know how this is passing. This shouldn't be passing like this. This should have continued. Okay, this is part of the problem. We are trying to get two components that don't exist. So this should actually be F user data. Rigid body, ground. We got our user data. Floor. See that component? Floor. Doesn't have a name. But it is a valid component if it has a label. Yeah, BP physics pawn, and then floor. We got a pair key. Here we're creating a new event. And so we should get an event here. This is empty. How? Okay, so we step physics. Let's go through here because to me it looked like we had an event there. Is this optimized? Why is this compiler optimized? Okay, we're looking for this. Okay, so we have an event here. Boom. This has one. We cache the hits this frame, which means that we should have cached hits. We broadcast this. We should go into our fallen mode. But we should go into this function eventually. And this is one. So for all of these events, and this floor check is happening here. So if this self component bullet capsule is not equal to our updated component continue, we get our hit result. We construct it from here. We got all this data. What's up, Jelly Bean? Hell yeah, because I'm stuck at work. All right. Okay, B. Bye. Okay, so yeah, we got the component. We got the hit object handle. We got all this data that's necessary. So here, our floor is walkable. And then hold on. Break that. We should have a walkable floor. We set that as the last floor result. And then what I'm expecting is in here, when we come into here, I don't know if we've removed the event somehow. No, we still have one. So we get here. we should have a blocking hit that's set to true. And really it should say is the floor walkable. And we set this next mode name to walking. Then we do that. And somehow we still are calling tick on this mode. So we didn't switch modes here. I think that's because, hold on, I'm pretty sure I know why that's happening. And I thought I fucking solved for that. All right, first off, this is our first breakpoint. We want to know when this changed. Let me see what it looks like real quick. We fall, and we just stand there. Okay, cool, understood. Now, the reason I think that this is happening is, and let's close other tabs and let's go to bullet character. I think it has something to do with this. So we actually don't want this to be here just yet. I want to check when we hit. Boom, we get our hit. That's us grounding. So after that, we should see our falling mode. We should see our falling mode go here. But somehow we get post physics tick first. The fuck? We go here. We go here. The only thing I can think is that our movement mode is set to falling when it's supposed to be set to yeah, it's supposed to be set to fucking whatchamacallit. We're literally grounded. We got the output state. We're setting the next movement mode to walking. And then what should be happening is simulation tick. What's the name of that variable? It's called next mode name. Somehow this next mode name is still set to fucking falling. Current mode is falling. If we step into fucking falling, somehow the movement mode doesn't get set to fucking, whatchamacallit? We actually can't step into this function. So now we don't have a floor because we don't return the move. But okay, let's do this the other way now. So let's start again with the hit in the gatherer. The hit in the gatherer happens. Boom. What I'm expecting next is the falling mode to tick. We can turn these on. So just turn them all on here. Boom. We are stepping the falling mode. The falling mode gets here. We step through the falling mode. We should have a valid floor, which we don't somehow. So what about our last floor though? Somehow we don't have a, oh, we didn't get it yet. Now we have a valid floor. We get in here. We set this next movement mode name to walking. The literal next thing that should happen is this. The next movement mode name is set to falling somehow. Even though we've explicitly set it to walking. Oh, I know why. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb as hell. I'm supposed to return after this. Because we kept coming down here and setting this to fucking falling. So we should be in the walking mode there. Nice. We're walking. Where's my proposed move at? I have direction intent here. Alright, we can see if we slide along this floor. Doesn't look like it. Let's check for... Like the feeling can't hold us. Okay, let me do something with the gatherer because currently it's doing something that it basically bypasses the contact if it is so we put our hands up like the feeling can't hold us. Like the feeling can't hold us. I feel like we should be able to call this when we want to. Instead of, well, yeah, it has to be called passively. Yeah, there's no way to make that like, you know, we could do it to where, no, it wouldn't work. It would just be trash. It needs to be called every frame. And now that I'm paying attention to it, it needs to be updating the context every frame too. Okay, that is a mistake on my part. So this won't always be a rigid body. There's times where basically the only thing that should be self is the only thing that should be a rigid body is self. And realistically, we can be smart about this. Because nothing in here requires anything specific for a rigid body. It doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. But we'll see. We're not really moving, and I don't know why. Maybe there's not enough force. So our movement is actually you know what could be happening? Nah, that should be getting updated, but I'm pretty sure this only gets updated at the end of simulation tick. Only time we change its value is here. Finalize frame. So you're telling me we don't have move intent at the end of this? That doesn't make sense, does it? How is this 0? Let me look at the data here. We got our location, we got our orientation, we got velocity, which is set to 0. So our velocity is somehow set to 0. I guess that's not. So modified context happens after we step to physics. This would mean that the motion state has already been updated. So like the post physics update runs. Actually no. Post physics update runs after this. Somehow we don't have move intent. And so I don't know how our velocity is 0. That would mean that the function to send, the function to update velocity or update bullet actor velocity. I forget where that's called at. Pretty sure it's called at the end of this frame. right here, update actor velocity. So we get the target state, our output state, the angular velocity is 0, and the target linear velocity is 0 too. How? We have move intent. So yeah, we're walking, technically. Our proposed move has direction intent. We have this intent. We have this linear velocity. Where does it all go wrong? We're on the walkable floor. Okay. Target position plus equals proposed move plane velocity times delta seconds. Okay. Target orientation is this. And we call output sync state. That's the problem right here. We call output sync state and we set. We have a target velocity that's just down. First off, that's ass. So I think the way that Chaos does this is that it uses the target position to generate. So if I look at this 1847, and if we look at the starting position, it doesn't, we don't have the, hold on, but we can get it though. The location is 1848, and then our new position in this frame is 1847, 1853. So I believe Chaos is generating a velocity based on your current position and your target position. So you give the constraint a target position and it determines based on your but the thing is, I don't know how a 0 target velocity would get us there, but I do see an issue here where we're doing the wrong thing there. This actually needs to be our yeah, this needs to be something else, not our update motion state. This needs to be, which is fine. This is fine to be this, but we also need the target. I don't think that's gonna get us moving, but it is a bug that's there. Well, I just finished another system. This time it was a clothing vendor. Nice. You're moving at a blazing speed right now. I'm just trying to get this thing to move. I might not even play COD today. Alright, let's hope something happens here. We're not moving. Let's turn these on and see what's going on. So post physics tick. This is us reading the. This is us updating the motion state from this state. We don't have any velocity or anything. So yeah, we're not pulling out any velocity. Here is simulation tick, where our out state doesn't have, well, it does have a linear velocity. That's just fucking gravity. I see something right here, 0.4. Then we call update active velocity. I think this needs to be changed to a vector 3. That's what it calls underneath anyways. It calls that function anyways. So I wonder if this force is enough. You know what I mean? I'm not actually seeing my walking mode tick. That's probably because I removed it. Holy shit. This walkable floor is not true? How? Oh, this is not ticking at all. Hold on. Maybe we haven't hit the ground yet. No, we definitely on the ground. What the fuck? What the hell? That's weird as hell, bro. Okay. So in some edge case, the floor becomes unwalkable, essentially. At some point, the floor becomes unwalkable. When is that? It's walkable now. Yeah, we just don't have any. We just don't have anything. We got negative 31 on the Z. Trying to see when the floor is no longer walkable. It looked like it stays walkable, but we're just not applying any real velocity. The next thing I was gonna try was like up in the fucking. Oh, you see that? What the? We were moving. Okay, we're up in the air now. The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know what's happening. We got some kind of velocity. And how the fuck is the floor walkable for that long? So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna let it hit the ground, bounce back up, and do whatever it does. If this floor is walkable, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, so the floor is not walkable. Okay. I don't know what's happening there. And we're in walking mode. But basically, if the floor is not walkable, this needs to be an else. Yeah, I think Epic is using the distance in between 2 points, and then it moves the physics body to that point and handle. I don't know how it determines the velocity though. I would have to look at the code to see like how it generates the velocity. I'd have to debug it to see what values it's getting versus the values that I'm getting. I'm out of here, fucking trash. So yeah, we fall and now we're stuck here. What's happening now? The floor is not walkable and we're not in walking mode. We're still in falling mode. So we're falling, but somehow we don't have a valid floor. I don't know how we don't have a valid floor. Doesn't make any sense to me. But the only thing I can think is that our context is not returning anything. Yep, so these events are empty, that's what. Yeah, we gotta do something to stabilize this. Or we could just gather the hits again. I doubt it's a cache. Like, I doubt that this is getting emptied or, you know, cleared out. I doubt that that's what's happening. I'm pretty sure it's maybe like the manifold is not returning a maybe the contact is not returning something, but I can clearly see that we're contacting here. Oh shit, we're not. Holy shit, we're not. Oh, we are. Maybe not though. So somehow this is not deterministic because it's not bouncing every time. See, what is that? The fuck? So toad lands about right there. Like in this area. Okay, this is back here now. So around here. Let me put so pretty much there. This is not the same every time. It's hard to say, but it's changing. I know we're landing in this square, but there is like a bit of a off, like sometimes it's off, sometimes it's on type of thing. So this one we ejected out of that shit 2 times and now we landed over here. Okay, one other thing I wanted to try before I close it up today, because I'm not gonna figure this out today. So changing those values does affect the landing. My question is, at what point I wonder if I need to multiply these things to get them into a certain scale for if we have to take all of these numbers and multiply them against, but in my mind the final velocity should just be so that you only do the multiplication once. You just multiply the final velocity times you know, like the scale to get the scale correct. Because if I look in the components, not this guy, this is us writing to the state, but here, like this value feels like it should be bigger, but it's really small. I could tell you that this is not being multiplied. So I wonder if we're supposed to take both of these. I doubt that that has anything to do with what's happening right now. But progress has been made. I'm gonna let it lie right here because I'm not gonna figure it out tonight. Hurts, but at least we got the modes set up and we can start like trying to try different things to debug what's happening. I'm tired as hell anyways. I don't have the brain power to figure this out. All right. Hopefully I can figure it out tomorrow so I can stay on schedule. See you guys then. Peace.